Woo! Good morning, friends. I hope everybody's good. Oh my goodness. Small crowd today. Okay. Looks like it's going to be an intimate party. Okay. Uh let's get this pulled up here so we're ready to go when we're ready to go. It's good to see you guys. I hope everybody's doing well. Um yeah, man. So, yeah, we've got day 16, folks. The Karen Reed Sham. So far, prosecution has yet to present a case against Karen Reed. Surprise, surprise. Uh, I mean, all they do really is play these stupid clips from Karen Reed's interviews and try to exploit her saying, "This is my testimony." But okay. I mean, is it though? I mean, is it? Because, like, I don't think the jury's buying it. I don't think the jury gives a fuck at this point. They're way more interested in watching the Massachusetts State Police troopers who take the stand get the stand. Like, it's fun. It's fun. Because look, I mean, they don't have a case. That's why we're all here. I mean, there's people who are new to this case and they're just kind of like, okay, let's see, because they've watched trials before and they understand that most, counties and states, they charge when they charge somebody, they usually have proof and then they present that proof in court. Uh, but that's not the case in this case, which is totally bizarre. So, um, but yeah, it was just really funny how they had this Maureen Hartnett on yesterday, and she talked a whole lot about gathering evidence, but didn't produce any. Okay, okay, that's how it works. It's good to know. That's good to know. I love it. Uh, what a country. This is so crazy. Like, what is Brennan gonna do? Like, Brennan is gonna be branded for the rest of his life as that guy. Not like he could have gone on to be Whitey Bulger's attorney. He's never that's gonna be secondary. Like, from now on, Hank Spanky hashtag Brennan is gonna be known as the guy who shit the bed on the Karen Reed case. And oh yeah, he represented Whitey Bulger. He's gonna be that guy. Before this, he was Whitey Bulger's defense attorney. Wow. Now he's the guy who shit the bed in the Karen Reed case, and oh yeah, he represented Whitey Bulger, but you know, that's it. That's this guy's whole life now. Unreal. Blows my mind. Like, why he would do that, I have no idea. Mike. Some dude was like, "Oh, I was just talking about you." Oh, okay. But I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. It's probably nothing. Yeah, Whitey lost anyway, bro. Look, dude, this is a fucking sham. I don't just call it a sham for clickbait, bro. It's a fucking sham. There's there's no there's no justice being done here. The only justice even remotely being done is by Karen Reed's defense, because they're at least exposing the McAlberts and the dirty cops for what they are. Like, but you know, it's a fucking sham. Lindsay Lee became a member. Welcome to Logic. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, when the person is absolutely innocent and when you see how they conducted this investigation, then yeah, it's been a sham for 3 years, actually. It's been a sham since February 2nd, 2022. Well, before that, before they even got to the point where they were even going to arraign Karen Reed, arrest and arraign Karen Reed. This is before that, when they decided it was her. Yeah, everyone knows she's innocent. Bev knows. Bev's heard and seen the evidence. She knows. That doesn't even make sense. What? Fox News did a segment this morning. They said she did it, but she will get off because she is factually innocent. And the cops screwed up the investigation. So either Fox News says she did it or she's factually innocent. Which one is it? What did Fox News say? Okay. That's your response to that? Okay. Thank you for the Fox News update. Appreciate it. You sure that wasn't CNN? CNN, Fox News, same thing. Same thing. Oh yeah. I mean, isn't today the deadline? I feel like today's the deadline that Bev's got to do something about this buffer zone. Uh and Erica Walsh, you can add her name to the board because she just retained the services of Mark Randazza on her own and filed her own lawsuit against the Massachusetts State Police. Uh and I think Judge Bev for this um for this whole thing. Let me see if I can pull that up actually. Let me see. Welcome to Zoom for Government. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I got that shit right here, bro. We still got time. All right. So Erica Walsh is the plaintiff. And the defendants are Jeffrey Noble, in his official capacity as the superintendent of the Massachusetts State Police, John Doe's 1, 2, and 3 in their official capacities as Massachusetts State Police officers. And in their personal capacities, trial court of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Beverly Cannoni in her official capacity as Justice of the Superior Court, and Michael W. Morrissey in his official capacity as the Norfolk County District Attorney, aka Meatball, aka Pass the Gravy. Verified complaint: the Massachusetts State Police have taken to using an unconstitutional order in the Karen Reed trial to force women to go nearly topless if their outerwear contains messaging they don't approve of. Wow. Superior Court Judge Cannoni pretextually shut down all First Amendment activity within an ill-defined buffer zone declared on the streets, public walkways, public library, and private properties surrounding the Dedham Courthouse. Judge Cannoni entered the order ex parte, enjoining plaintiff and everyone else who are not subject to her jurisdiction from speaking on private property and on traditional public fora. It is a lawless ultra-virus act that violates constitutional guarantees of free speech and due process. Cannoni had no power to improve the buffer zone, had no power to impose the buffer zone, and now the zone is being enforced in such a draconian manner that the Massachusetts State Police are using it as a license to accost members of the public and to shut down even the quiet speech of a woman walking peacefully with words on her sweatshirt that offend the police. To remedy this wrong, plaintiff Erica Walsh brings suit against the trial court of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Beverly J. Cannoni, and in her official capacity as Justice of the Superior Court. Jeffrey Noble as the Superintendent of Massachusetts State Police, and Michael W. Meatball Pass the Gravy Morrissey in his official capacity as the Norfolk County District Attorney. Acting on his unconstitutional order, Jeffrey Noble is sued in his official capacity only as Superintendent of the Massachusetts State Police. Defendant Michael W. Morrissey is sued in their official capacities only as Norfolk County District Attorney. John Doe's 1, 2, and 3 Massachusetts State Police officers are sued in their official and personal capacities. Oh, interesting. Okay. Plaintiff brings claims under blah, 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 blah. The parties, plaintiff Erica Walsh is a natural person who resides in Massachusetts. Defendant Jeffrey Noble is superintendent, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they're real people. Got it. Jurisdiction and venue, the court subject, blah, 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 blah. Actual background. On or about January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe, Boston police officer, died. On or about June 9th, 2022, a true bill was returned in the trial court of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Superior Court Department, Norfolk County, indicting Karen Reed and charging her with second-degree murder of John O'Keefe, killing O'Keefe with her motor vehicle while intoxicated, and a hit-and-run death of O'Keefe under blah, 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 blah. Judge Beverly Cannoni is the presiding judge in the Reed prosecution, in this case styled Commonwealth versus Reed case, in the trial court of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Superior Court Department, Norfolk County, blah, blah, blah. A trial in the Reed case was held, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we know all this stuff. Prior in the first trial, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this is all about Cannoni ordering the... Judge Cannoni lacks the authority to issue an order taking away anyone's First Amendment rights outside the courthouse unless they are parties to the proceeding before her or in privity with them. This court may enjoin Judge Cannoni from engaging in acts that she has no authority to take. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit has already indicated that the buffer zone order was not likely narrowly tailored due to the lack of a mens rea requirement. It likely applies equally to speech directed toward random passerby and speech directed toward trial participants. Blah, 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 blah. I don't want to read all this. Because all of this stuff is stuff that we know. During that period, okay, so on Friday, May 9th, 2025, Walsh was within the buffer zone created by the order of Judge Cannoni in the Karen Reed case. Walsh had been there for several hours without incident. During that period, she was wearing a sweatshirt that read Criminals Control Norfolk County and the logo Microdots. The sweatshirt appears as below. As Walsh was leaving a bathroom and heading to her vehicle that was parked within the zone, she was surrounded by 3 unknown Massachusetts State Police officers, defendants John Doe 1, 2, and 3. The defendant officers detained Walsh, saying words to the effect of, "You're not going anywhere." At that point, one of the defendant state police officers stated he was going to charge Walsh with a criminal offense for wearing the sweatshirt, saying words to the effect of, "You're going to catch a charge." The officers then falsely asserted that Walsh had been warned about the sweatshirt previously by Massachusetts State Police Sergeant Hardman. Walsh had not, in fact, received any such warning. However, at that point, Walsh faced the dilemma of either continuing to wear the sweatshirt or remove it. Due to familial obligations that evening, Walsh could not afford to be arrested, so she removed the sweatshirt. Below the sweatshirt, Walsh was wearing a shirt that read, "Journalism is not a crime," and "Free Turtle Boy," and included the face of noted Massachusetts journalist Aidan Carney, aka Turtle Boy. A model version of the shirt appears as follows. Walsh had asked an officer of the Dedham police whether the t-shirt was permitted within the buffer zone. He responded that he was not sure whether it was. If the Dedham police are unsure if a certain shirt violates the buffer zone, a person of ordinary firmness and intelligence can not be expected to divine its meaning. Thus, in order to ensure Walsh could get to her car without being arrested, Walsh had no choice but to remove it and walk through the buffer zone, clad only in a brassiere on top. Wow. On Monday, May 12, 2025, Walsh was again wearing the sweatshirt in the buffer zone. As Walsh was exiting for the day while walking. Oh, so there were two different incidents. Because I heard people talk about how they were like, oh, well, I didn't see her have to take off her sweater. Like the whole like Twitter idiots. I went off on one. Like I didn't even hold back because she was just fucking stupid. Like I hate, man, nothing fucking irritates me more than passive aggressive people, dude. People who are just fucking shitty, but because they speak politely, they think that they're not being shitty. They think that it excuses them to be shitty to other people and to judge them and to talk out of their ass about them. It makes me so fucking mad. It wasn't even about Erica, but it was about her and the support that made me mad. I got mad for them, but I also got annoyed for myself because she was being a condescending cunt and it made me mad. I don't like that shit. Like, if you're going to be a fucking asshole, just be an asshole. You know what I mean? Like, I extend you that courtesy. I expect the same. So, like, I'm reading this and I'm realizing now, okay, it's two different incidents. I thought maybe someone stopped filming and then she had to take off her sweatshirt or whatever. But what it looks like is two separate incidents. As Walsh was exiting for the day while walking with a YouTube content creator journalist, Sergeant Hardman accosted Walsh and said words to the effect of, "You're causing a whatever," though he never said what Walsh was causing. And that she was told about this, threatening her for having worn the sweatshirt. So Hardman is like, "You're causing, a thing." Threatening her for having worn the sweatshirt. Okay. Upon of information and belief, the only reason Walsh was not arrested by Sergeant Hardman for wearing the sweatshirt on May 12th was because an individual was filming the encounter. The buffer zone because is being employed against citizens, including Walsh, merely for wearing clothing with words on it that state police officers do not like. Plaintiff repeats and realleges each and every allegation in the preceding paragraphs as set forth fully herein. The buffer zone injunction is facially unconstitutional. It is a content-based regulation of protected speech in a public forum that cannot withstand strict scrutiny. While the Supreme Court has upheld a statute relating to picketing or parroting near courthouses, it has not approved of a 200-foot buffer with an additional larger, ill-defined area. All right, here we go.
Okay. You are unmuted. I was told counsel wanted to see me. Okay.
I wonder what this is all about. Yes. Yes, Your Honor. It came to my attention that yesterday when I asked to speak to you at sidebar, you were apparently caught on a hot mic, as they call it, calling me an asshole. Is this true, Your Honor? I really hope that that's the case. Like, I hope that that's what's going on right now. Like, I really hope Yannetti is like, Your Honor, I hope to come to work in a professional environment such as yourself, just like yourself and anybody else here. I do not, however, Your Honor, come to work to be referred to as an asshole. Oh man, I can't wait, bro. I hope that that's fucking happening right now. What am I drinking? I'm drinking free Karen Reed Monster. I don't know what flavor is this. Ultra Strawberry Dreams. If you want to get away with wearing pink and you're in the buffer zone, drink a Strawberry Dreams Monster. It's delicious. That's it. That's it, people. Monster's going to hire me. I'm going to be the official Monster guy. What's happening? What the hell is going on with my computer right now? Okay, something is seriously wrong here. There we go. Got it. There's Bill.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Norman Corey, thank you so much. Fuck yeah, bro. Dude, you're my boy. Appreciate you. Yeah, I wonder what this is all about, bro. Hey, everybody. Kathy L on X has to take her dog out. Just so you know. She'll be right back, guys.
All right, so go, please.
Oh, don't be mean. Tell her to shut up. I mean, I was just being silly. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I guess they're bringing the jury in. Oh my God, that's driving me crazy now. I know this movie and I can't think of what movie it is. It's driving me crazy now. You're a fucking dick. No idea. But like I mean like I know it. Like I know it's a movie I've seen like several times. It's not a movie. Is it a song or a TV show? Yeah, if there's this Turtle Boy hearing tomorrow, I will stream it. Of course. Oh, it is. It's Dennis Leary. Dennis Leary's asshole. Yes. Not his actual anus, but the song called Asshole by Dennis Leary. Dennis Leary's asshole. Dennis Leary's asshole. Wow. What a great chat that I have that you guys knew that and like refreshed my memory on that. Dude, I used to listen to that stand-up tape all the time, constantly. Like to the point where I had it practically memorized. Like the song, but the whole stand-up was just really, really funny. This shit's hilarious when you're a fucking 16-year-old MTV kid, you know? Dude, what in the fuck is going on right now? Bro, nobody has a fucking copyright on being an asshole or writing a song about being an asshole, bro. You can fucking write songs about being an everybody can write. Everybody's free to write their own song about an asshole, bro. What do you mean? Nobody has dibs on being an asshole. Okay? Like, what are you talking about, guy? Dennis Leary's from Worcester? I had no idea. That's awesome. I love it. Dennis Leary's from Worcester. That's so good to know.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
We're unmuted.
No promises. No promises, but yeah, maybe, possibly. Thank you. That would be cool though, man. I definitely want one. I just don't know where I'd hang it up. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't hang it up. I'm just saying I don't know if I'll hang it up here.
Before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk.
Here we go.
Near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Right, Charlie? Oh, you're going to be fair. Here it is. Here it is. Stop.
This is something here this morning rather than having you watch us over at Sapphire. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no, I should say that. Thank you. May we have Ms. Hartnett, please?
God, is she not done yet? What the fuck? I hope she saw my posts.
I'll remind you, you're still under rule.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Y'all are brutal, man.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hartnett, and welcome back this morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence
Okay.
Published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolk? Ms. Hartnett, you will recall discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross-examination yesterday?
Yes.
And you recall the discussion with regard to the weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to where we were on that topic. You recall that?
Yes.
And I am now going to reference specifically what you referred to yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So my question is, did you find any sand or salt or any other
There we
debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Yeah, you know why? Because she fucking they broke it after it was in the Sally port.
Now,
When it was being towed, it should have been all up in that shit.
Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
At least like a couple of grains, traces of it. There would be at least traces.
You recall discussion about shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please state what your definition is, inclusion, when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you...
Or a skin cell collection.
Now turning and changing topics. There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150, and Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side. Alrighty, so Is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is what color would you like to call that t-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange t-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right
cool
sleeve of the
shirt.
gray hoodie
Like,
and
I
the
dig
back
that shirt.
of the orange t-shirt.
Thank you.
He's got palm trees and a woody.
Am I correct that you
That's cool.
included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items, or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn
just
the
a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay
I
with
can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just
I'm
if you could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
Yes, I can speak up. My
If you could
apologies.
speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
With regard to scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than it came from one or both items of both of these two? So the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the t-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such, so I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to. Thank you. And my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, am I also correct that there is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that.
She just wrote
Do
debris.
I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
What?
And therefore, you didn't know whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there was no marker put on any
She
part
makes
of
sounding
the debris that
stupid
was
pretty
recovered.
smart.
Is that also correct?
I label the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris?
Not by me, no.
Do you
So-
have knowledge
So
of
it was
whether
just
there was
called
a photograph,
debris?
taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have,
This is
as you
awesome.
sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct. I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the T-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items, and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
Okay. So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published.
Okay.
And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolk, could you please zoom in starting from the top so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this? And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Yeah, Tom Filch or Finch or whatever the fuck your name is, dude. Don't point your boner elsewhere. Okay, this is not the place, dude.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolk, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off. Can have that on, but if
That's
Ms.
great.
Hartnett
Lights
needs
on,
it,
please.
you'll just let us know. So, is this the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude
It says
what the
Trooper
TPR
Proctor,
stands
bitch.
for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
There
Right.
you go.
So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolf, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I wonder if that's what the defense's strategy is. Like, is their strategy
Is it a fair conclusion
to
from
put
this
pressure on
evidence
Proctor
bag
to
and your
flip?
experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected and put in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolf, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie. Do you know the journey, if you will, of those two items before you received them?
No, I do not.
I mean, why would she though? You know,
The debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
she wouldn't know
No,
that
I
either.
don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Oh, I see what he's doing here. Like, basically, what the fuck kind of
Were
debris is it?
you aware
Nobody has
of
any
whether
idea
or
what the
not
debris is.
the debris, excuse me, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I did not have any information like that.
I love.
Is it
Bob Oleski,
important
dude.
to maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence?
Generally, wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary.
How do you sterilize
We also
the
wear
materials?
lab coats when processing evidence.
She hasn't mentioned an autoclave once.
To separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the t-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items?
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups.
I submitted the swabs.
The drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD.
I submitted that item.
The two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the t-shirt.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And by whom?
By the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person
She didn't test anything.
were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by you, I think you referred to as Norfolk County? Was that your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I have no knowledge of what occurred, where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, it'd
Okay.
probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you. Bear with me, please. Ms. Harper.
FBI, open up!
Oh my God. Give us fucking McDonough. Give us fucking McDonough.
So the questions I have for Ms. Hartnett at this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan, any redirect?
Yes.
You suck.
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form, sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Sorry, Mr. Brennan.
It's pretty vague.
Your Honor, objection.
Like, do you know why they were put in the cups?
Okay.
Maybe he can't ask it that way either. I don't know. This is so pointless. So crazy. I've never seen a trial, dude, where every time the prosecutor says anything or is about to say anything, I go, I don't give a fuck what he has to say because I know this woman is innocent. It's the craziest perspective I've ever had on a trial in my life. Because every other time I'm just like, oh, let's hear what they have to say. Let's hear what they have to say. I don't give a fuck what Brennan says other than to see how outrageous it is. That's it. Like, all I care about is how outrageous Brennan's fucking bullshit is.
The coloring in those cups, do you know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I do not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by
She's so
circumstances?
stupid.
Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected
Are
from
you
the scene. I don't
fucking
have
dumb,
firsthand
lady?
knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know that what the circumstances or the challenges were?
Bro.
No, I'm not aware.
Have you said that you've gone to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
But you not the bottom
When you
of
studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side, the left side, the back, middle.
Not the undercarriage.
Did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I had spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Like, you see
Did
what
you
he's
find any
doing?
hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
He's just like,
Did you find
jury,
any
pay attention
dents,
only
scratches, or
to
hair
the evidence that was
anywhere
planted,
but
please.
on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described?
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
What? Okay, what the fuck? Law and crime, let's go.
Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
What is going on right now? Okay, I'm going to find another feed real quick, guys, okay? Let's see. Who is fucking, there we go.
Can you see that's 5:51:54?
Sorry about that, guys. Law and
PM
crime's
on
got some time.
129:22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702. And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast forward, please. Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there are ring videos of that car from January 28, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
That's a
Do you have
dog
threads
tooth
coming
hole,
from the side
bro.
of that hole.
Yes.
That's a dog.
Those threads,
tooth
could you
hole,
pull those
bro.
threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt.
Yeah, dog attack will do that.
Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57.
Yeah, show the jury that it looks like a dog tooth hole. This guy's fucking dumb.
57.
Yeah, this is just like so desperate.
Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
Those cups
I
should
noted
have
there was
never-
red-brown stains inside.
Those cups should have never
And
been in the
Did
Sally
you see
Port.
that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor.
They should have never been collected in cups, but
Well,
once they were, they should have never.
you were
been
asked about
in
who,
the
you
Sally
can take
Port.
that down. You were asked about who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight,
What?
and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
Yeah, what the fuck was
If
that?
strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure.
When you look at an area like a taillight, if you found
That was
Blood.
crazy. The
or
fuck did I just
cloth
listen to?
or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
And if
Dude, that was fucking crazy. Like,
an
am I
item
crazy or was that
like
crazy?
blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I'd be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that would potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything
What
further,
in
Mr.
the
Lynch?
fuck was that?
If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished.
Dude, what? If somebody took that rag and dipped it into one of those cups and smeared it on the car, would you be able to tell? What, bro? Was that a serious question?
Would it be acceptable to move it along if Ms. Gill, oh, you have it? Okay. If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes.
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
Your
All right,
Honor,
Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
This lady, shut up.
Okay, do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Alessi asked me the question.
You want to correct it?
Are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
Bro, what in the fuck am I watching right now? This is wild, dude. So, if someone were to take that rag and dip it into one of the red Solo cups with John O'Keefe's blood in it and smear it all over the back of the vehicle.
All right, so
What?
Ms. Harnett, I am going to let you step down
What,
because
dude?
questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So
thank
thank
you.
you, though. Okay, Mr. Brennan, who is your next witness?
Next witness is Dr. Scotty Bella.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Thank you.
They're calling the medical examiner from the fucking last trial. They called Dr. Scortibello. Holy shit, I didn't think that was going to happen. They weren't supposed to. This is going to be wild. They weren't supposed to call that. Oh my God. That's crazy. Nobody thought he was going to call her. Yeah, no one saw this shit coming. We thought the defense was going to call her. This is going to be fucking wild, bro.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Yeah, you do that. This is going to be something else. Nobody expected Dr. Scortibello to testify or to be called by the prosecution this time around. So what I expect here is that he's going to try and is he going to is he going to discredit her? What is he going to do? Like, what's going to be his strategy here? Is he going to try to discredit her, or because she put, what was it? Undetermined or something like that for the cause of death. She wouldn't put it as a homicide. She would not rule it as a homicide. And then Proctor, an interesting thing is Proctor got trashed by his buddies in his text message thread because he couldn't get a homicide ruling from her, and then he called her a fucking whack job. So what's Brennan's strategy here? I'm dying to know. Yeah, I am absolutely at a loss as to predictions here. Thank you, Britt Happens. Mike B for the 413. Thank you, buddy. This is wild.
You told us that the evidence given the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I did.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor. Good morning, Aaron. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Oh, he's loud.
Good morning. My name is
Hi.
Irini Scoribello. That's spelled IRINISCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology. That was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
People.
Is there
That's
a certain
great news.
type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, I am, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state. the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death.
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe for the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with two main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight. And then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take.
No,
but that's in general
I like
what an
this
autopsy
lady.
is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or two different things?
They're two completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the two of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma, chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the 5th one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can.
When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's office?
No.
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
Yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes,
yes, I do.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, Doctor. Just
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were two individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
It's a whack job.
Does your office photograph things of interest like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes.
Did you in fact memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Now,
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report,
My issue is she didn't test
do
his
you make
wounds.
handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And
Should have tested
share with
the
us how that's
abrasions
done.
on his
Is there a
arm.
picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I never understood why they didn't test John O'Keefe's scratches and bites on his arm. I never understood that.
Matt?
Yes.
Do you generally recognize what these documents are?
It's all I got.
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
And could you just very basically describe each one of them?
Some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
You switch the samples.
As you are noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank?
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
And you fill out all the details you find important in your report?
Correct.
I
For
didn't
reference,
kill my wife.
and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission. I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
When I came home, there was a man in my
Before you
house.
begin an
had
autopsy,
a mechanical
do you seek any medical records if available?
I fought with this man.
Yes.
You find this man.
When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records.
No objection, Your Honor.
You find this man.
Exhibit 155.
So that Devil and McGregor could give you prove assets.
This time, I would move for identification all photos of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries at Good Samaritan Hospital for identification.
Okay.
Exhibit JJ for ID.
Further, this time, I'd move for identification all OCME, Office of Medical Examiner photos.
Exhibit KK for ID.
Thank you. One more. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move all.
Really, what's going on with the buffer
CSSF
zone? So nobody can
photos.
move up.
I just have an understanding of the.
He had a mechanical arm. I fought with this man. You find this man. Oh,
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. Could you enlarge that a little more? Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, so there was bruising on the eyes, dude. Not just from the impact. It doesn't sound like from the back of his head. So,
Doctor, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
'Cause the
Yes,
right
this
eye
is a
being
photograph of
swollen
Mr. O'Keefe's
is what's getting
face.
me.
Is that
The
photograph
right eye
fixed
being
any of the
swollen,
observations
testified
that you
by
made that you just
Kerry
described
Roberts
during-
as well as
Yes,
Nuttall.
it shows the small
bugs me.
laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids. And that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, this is the evidence I asked for instruction.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scordi-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself. So there'll be...
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Shut up. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the buffer zone thing. I don't know exactly what's going on with that. We'll find out. Jason sent me Bev's order, which we can probably go over. But okay, they're not taking a break. I want to hear the questions here. We're going to keep listening to testimony, though, and then we'll work this out later.
I would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this in down. No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 157.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were 2 abrasions, 2 scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scotabella?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay. Somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
There may be a second pointer.
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front. There was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize it in that photograph?
Yes. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
Is that fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when you examined him?
Yes.
Will this is evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 158.
With the court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury.
Okay.
And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Yes, there's one here and one here.
One here, one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
If that was a spider bite, John O'Keefe would be
I'd also like
climbing
to
walls.
show
He wouldn't be
you
dead.
exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound, of the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
Well, I am trying to solve a puzzle, and I just found a big piece.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it a fair, accurate depiction of how his knee appeared to the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll get to the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
My boy.
159.
Thank you.
Unless he's gonna love her.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury 9467.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No.
He had a mechanical arm.
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
Yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his fourth and fifth ribs.
So he had a rib.
So would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Yeah, I never heard this before.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures or are they connected as one?
The fourth and
from
the fifth,
CPR, that's right.
both on the right and the left,
That's from the
close to the sternum.
Yeah, from the compressions. CPR.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Very often.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
To a degree of medical certainty. So still no bodily injuries from Karen Reed's vehicle.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph recognize was in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this together.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 160.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
And did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance, thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please. After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination, after the external is performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed with the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected and when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
when you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder, so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain, and I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be an appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes. So, Jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes, okay?
I love how Brennan calls the breaks. That's cool.
All rise to the jury.
Nice.
Your Honor, yeah, let me give you an instruction as usual. Go ahead and determine for your when court will proceed and when it will not, because it's my courtroom.
Fuck you, Brennan. You suck. All right, so let's go over this buffer zone shit. All right, so let me see here. All right, so here is this is from Mark Randazza, and this is the court is in receipt of the decision of the United States Court of Appeals for the First Circuit of Grant versus Trial Court of Commonwealth of Massachusetts, May 9th, blah, 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 to simplify any potential First Amendment issues related to the buffer zone restrictions implemented prior orders. This court, guided by the Court of Appeal, suggestions set out of page 12 of the decision, issues the following supplemental order regarding the buffer zone. Okay, so this is Judge Bev's new buffer zone order. First of all, the reasons cited in support of prior orders and based upon the parameters of the dispute as narrowed and described in the decision, all orders of this court remain in place insofar as they apply to courthouse property. Second, prior orders remain in place as applied to pathways, including public sidewalks and roads, though which and at which times trial participants enter and exit the courthouse. Okay, so all orders of this court remain in the place insofar as they apply to the courthouse property. So, okay, so second, prior orders remain in place as what? As pathways. Okay, so third, no noisy protests, including those using amplified sound, honking horns, or loud screaming and yelling, that are intended to interfere with the administration of justice or are intended to influence any judge, juror, witness, or court officer in the discharge of his or her duties are prohibited within the buffer zone. Fourth, okay, fine, but you could still wear. Oh shit, haven't gotten there yet. But I mean, nobody's going to be screaming at jurors or witnesses. Well, yeah, I mean, that has happened where people are like, you suck. But all right, so fourth, the display of written or graphic materials that are intended to interfere with the administration of justice or are intended to influence any judge, juror, witness, or court officer in the discharge of their duties are prohibited within the buffer zone. That are intended to interfere with the administration of justice. Fifth, any person whose activity has been restricted by an officer enforcing this order may request review by a judge of the Superior Court, which request shall be heard as expeditiously as possible. Quiet offsite demonstrations on public property in areas and at times that do not interfere with trial participants' entrance into or exit from the courthouse, and that do not interfere with the orderly administration of justice, and that are not intended to influence any trial. Participants in the discharge of their duties are specifically outside the scope of the buffer zone restrictions. So ordered. Okay, so I mean, are they coming back already? Because I just heard a bailiff go, "All rise for the court, please." No way. I mean, right. I'm like, I think that it's somewhat of a win, yeah. But of course, the whole thing to me is like there shouldn't even fucking be a buffer zone. Fuck a buffer zone. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I'm at. But at the same time, I don't know. It's better than it was earlier. Let's see if we could see any fucking like. Oh, it's rainy and shitty there too. Oh yeah, resistant to silence doesn't give a fuck about. They don't give a fuck about copyright shit. Jesus. Good music though. I don't know, man. So like the thing is I didn't see anything about distance. I didn't see any specific distances mentioned in Judge Beverly Cannoni's ruling. So basically, like, it's still the same, but you can wear a shirt. You just can't yell anything or like, but you could wear a shirt, right? You could wear a pink shirt. You can wear pink within the buffer zone now. Is that all that is? Bukaki's missing lips. Thank you so much. It's not a win. It just states that she and Hardo can use their own personal judgment as to what is a violation. Right. Yeah, that's how I read that too. And so like, and then you can file something with another judge and as expeditiously as possible. Like what? What am I looking at here? What just fucking happened? I mean, I just don't want to say that it's not a win without really understanding it. You know what I mean? Like, and I think I understand it. I'm just not 100% sure that I do. That's all. All right. So let me see something here. Yeah, see, according to Turtle Boy is saying this. He's saying, going to do a quick write-up on this now, but make no mistake about it, this is a massive win. The buffer zone, as we know it, has been completely revamped. Supporters of Karen Reed are now allowed to go back to where they were last time, outside the church, and sit and watch the trial. Anyone who is told they can't do something inside the buffer zone can request a hearing with a superior court judge immediately. Auntie Bev got punked down to the First Circuit Court of Appeals, down by the First Circuit Court of Appeals. But I mean, okay. I mean, I guess it just depends on what you consider a win, you know? Like, it's definitely a win because something had to happen here, right? All right, so Jason is explaining it better here. Hold on. Jason just sent me a message saying, supplemental buffer zone order summary. Okay. Number one, the court orders still apply. Previous court orders remain in effect, constraining activity on courthouse property. Pathway restrictions stay. Buffer zone restrictions still apply to sidewalks and roads used by trial participants to enter, exit the courthouse. So, meaning you can't crowd the sidewalks when Karen and her team are coming up, you know, like you could last year and up until she put up this buffer zone for pretrial hearings. Prohibited conduct, loud noise and targeted loudspeakers, honking and yelling aimed at influencer interfering with trial participants. No target displays, signs and visuals meant to sway, intimidate, or harass jurors, witnesses, judges, or officers in the buffer zone. Okay, but so right there, they still, Hardman can be like, I don't like that shirt because I think it's meant, I think it's designed to sway or influence a witness. So I'm gonna charge you with a crime. You know what I mean? Right to review. Anyone restricted by an officer under this order may request a judge's review for a prompt decision. Permitted demonstrations, peaceful, quiet demonstrations away from courthouse entrances that do not interfere with proceedings. And then he sent me another picture saying, first of all, the reasons cited in support of prior orders and based on the parameters of the dispute and narrow descriptions, all orders of the court remain in place insofar as they apply to the courthouse property. Right. So anything in the courthouse property. So basically, if you're, but she calls the sidewalk courthouse property and the street. So can you crowd outside of the registry of deeds wearing as much pink and Turtle Boy shit as you want with signs saying whatever the fuck you want? Can you do that? So I don't know, man. I mean, is it an improvement from what it was yesterday? Of course. Sure. Is it a win though? depends on what your opinion of a win is. To me, there shouldn't even be a fucking buffer zone. You know what I mean? To me, it's totally unconstitutional, you know, but if it's good enough for Randazza and Jason Grant and those who, you know, everyone else who retained the services of Mark Randazza, well, then it's good enough for me, you know? Yeah, I mean, and Scott's opinion matters, man. You know, Scott's out there all the time. Scott looks at it as a loss. Scott sees no change that really means anything. So, and I don't blame Scott for feeling that way. Yeah, that's I mean, that's the thing is that's my problem is it's easy for me to say. You know what I mean? Like I completely agree with this statement right here. The world is watching. We can't allow them to take our constitutional rights away. I would not compromise. But see, that's easy for us to say because we're not filing the lawsuits. We're not fucking paying Mark Randazza. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's real easy for us to say. You know, oh, do this, do that. But, yeah, you know what I mean? That's not for us to say. We're not the ones who fucking took the initiative to file a fucking lawsuit, did we? You know, so we don't have the right to criticize what they consider to be a win and what they don't. You know, if they're satisfied with that decision, then they're satisfied with that decision. You know, as far as my opinion of the buffer zone itself, that doesn't change. I find it to be entirely unconstitutional, but okay, you know. Yeah, fighting City Hall is expensive. Yes. Yeah, keep that shit in mind, people. You don't get to we don't get to criticize the very people who actually took the initiative and stood up and fucking fought. You know, we don't get to criticize them when they did it and we didn't. You know what I mean? All right, let's see. So Turtle Boy posted Beverly Canoni was told by the First Circuit Court Judge of Appeals that she had 48 hours to revise the buffer zone restrictions after a woman was forced to walk to her car in a sports bra after police ordered her to remove her sweatshirt and t-shirt. Supporters are now free to sit and stand wherever they want, so long as they are not being too loud or blocking people from getting into the court. Here is what has changed. And so here's his article. I'll go ahead and go over that because we got time. 2 weeks ago, attorney Mark Randazza and the Center for American Liberty filed a lawsuit in federal court asking the court to overrule Beverly Canoni's unconstitutional buffer zone. Judge Myung Jung decided to pass the buck, refusing to overrule Canoni. And Randazza then appealed to the First Circuit Court of Appeals, who issued an order telling Judge Yoon to come up with a way to make sure the buffer zone didn't violate the First Amendment rights of citizens. Trial Court of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, blah, blah, blah. Yes, we already saw all this. As it stands now, the state police are enforcing the order so that anyone who walks within the buffer zone is threatened with arrest. They already arrested a homeless man named Bayo, who was not saying anything about Karen Reed, wasn't obstructing anyone's pathway, and was simply filming within the buffer zone. Media member Michael Bryant from Justice Served was told that he walked through the buffer zone too many times. John Delgado was forced to remove a button showing his support for Karen Reed. All of this has created a chilling effect that has scared people away from showing up to support Karen Reed at her second trial for murder. Last week, an organizer named Erica Walsh was told to remove a Microdonts hoodie, which says Criminals Control Norfolk County on the back. The sweatshirt says nothing about Karen Reed. Most importantly, by wearing it, she is not influencing any jurors, obstructing anyone's pathways, or interfering with the trial in any way. Nevertheless, Erica was forced to remove the sweatshirt by Lieutenant Michael Hardman's goon squad. The problem is that underneath she had a Turtle Boy Journalism Isn't a Crime t-shirt, which they also said violated the buffer zone. She was forced by police to strip down to a sports bra and walk to her car in order to avoid arrest. Earlier this week, Erica was simply walking to her car with that sweatshirt on when she was threatened with arrest by Lieutenant Hardman and one of his troopers. And we could do that real quick while we wait. We'll go over that video.
For the fucking day.
We have an issue with this before. You're walking through here with the sweatshirt.
I'm leaving.
I understand.
I'm not congregating. I'm not protesting. I'm fucking leaving.
Right, but what's the rule?
There's no rules about this one. It doesn't say Karen Reed.
It has to do with the case, right?
No, it doesn't. It has to do with something else. A guy whose kid was just murdered.
What
I
do you got in the back?
It's full of fucking words.
Relax.
All right, you know what?
I know. All right. Go ahead. It's being documented.
Take me. Go ahead.
We're not doing that.
Take me. Wait. What? You had fucking guys detain me last week. I asked you to leave.
Go.
You haven't
Go.
talked
Are
to
you
me
leaving?
since.
Are you leaving? She's leaving. Right. All right. Good. We don't want to have this.
I need you to send me guys.
See right there.
Every time you walk. Every time. You're not kidding.
You're delusional. You're delusional. You're a fucking troublemaker. You're a troublemaker. You're a lying piece of shit. You use us for information.
Okay. So there she indicated that she's had trouble with these same officers before, that they detained her and then she asked them their names and then they never gave them her name. Never gave her their names. Right? Now, I got really, really upset with somebody on Twitter because I posted that I celebrated the fact that Erica Walsh has now filed her own lawsuit against Hardman, the Massachusetts State Police, Judge Beverly Cannoni, and Michael Morrissey, and then the 3 John Doe police officers, right? So I post this thing basically in celebration of that, and some asshole chimes in and they're talking about her whining, right? They're talking about the way that she's acting in that clip there. And it made me mad. I'm not going to lie. It made me mad because, now I don't know Erica personally that well. I've only met her a few times. We've always, she's been fine. And she seems to just simply have a basic, Boston, Massachusetts general attitude that I get from a lot of people there. It's not bad or good. It's just, it is. You know what I mean? There's a certain vibe with people here. It's just is. And so, that's the impression I get from her. That's all. She seems cool. Seems fine. And some might think she was being a little dramatic in that clip. Okay. But here's the thing, though. My issue with that is you don't get to criticize her for it. The reason why is because you haven't been out there. Let me tell you a little something about Erica Walsh. What I do know about Erica Walsh is that she is a diehard Free Karen Reed supporter. She has been out there for nearly 2 years, if not 2 years, just about every hearing. So she doesn't get to, people don't get to tell her that she's or criticize her for feeling exasperated at this point. She's already had trouble, and she's claiming she's been detained. She got no cooperation from them, but expects all the cooperation. They expect all the cooperation from her, right? So I got mad when somebody was saying that she was whining. I was like, dude, you've never even have you ever fucking been out there? Then shut the fuck up. And I'm going to tell anybody who is sitting there and looking at that footage and going, oh, Erica Walsh is a whiner and blah, blah, blah. Dude, listen, maybe, I don't know. I don't know her personally. What I'm saying is, in that clip, I saw somebody who had every right to fucking complain. And whether or not she did, anybody who has not stood out there with those people for even one day, you don't get to say shit. Because if you stood out there for one day, you can't even imagine what it is and what kind of fucking fortitude it takes to stand out there for the last 2 goddamn years. 2 goddamn years, every fucking hearing. Every time there's a motions hearing, some bullshit motion hearing from fucking because of Lally, and they got to argue it. Some motion hearing that is going to get denied that the defense filed. Every single fucking time. So unless you've at least been out there once, and the reason why I say once is because I stood out there. The first time I did, I was like, that I can't imagine doing this the way that Scott McGinnis does it, or the way that Erica Walsh does it, or the way that Boston Brandy does it. I can't imagine doing this as much as they do. These people are absolutely and totally invested. And they're invested in just seeing the right thing done. That's them taking their front row seat to see the right thing done. That's all they're doing. It's that important to them. So unless you've unless you've soaked it in for at least a day to try to understand what kind of to even begin, that's what it takes to even begin to understand. Because I don't understand it because I haven't been out there for 2 fucking years. But I can begin to understand it because I stood out there with them. I can begin to understand it and only begin to understand it. So if you can't even begin to understand it, shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth. You don't get to talk. And you don't get to criticize any of them for how they react to the police, how they react to their basic civil rights being violated, simply because all they want to do is see the right thing done. So shut the fuck up. Dumbass motherfuckers. Dude, that shit fucking infuriates me, dude. Like, it's real easy when you're online, bro. It's real easy. Oh, I watched a video, so I got this person snowed. I got their whole life figured out. You don't know shit. You don't know shit of what it takes to fucking stand out there every goddamn day, bro. I don't know what that takes. I don't know what that takes, dude. And I'm going to sit there and just let you fucking trash these people on fucking Twitter? No. I feel like they're coming back like soon.
You are unmuted.
Thanks for asking.
Back in session, you may be seated.
So you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, over here or?
Yeah, I'm wondering what this is all about. Oh, always with the fucking sidebar. Dunce. This shit is the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen, bro. There's so much fucking wackiness going on in this case that I can't even like just the whole Paul O'Keefe scenario in this whole thing is just so bizarre, bro. This guy fucking sending those weird bathroom pics to some rando that was fucking sending him the Turtle Boy, dude. Like, what did you think was gonna happen? Come on, bro. Like, you think that's a thing? You think that women are that shitty that they're trying to like hook up with you behind your wife's back, bro? And you could flirt with them in court, you fucking weirdo. Fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, dude, like when that shit was happening, like right before uh right before when that shit was happening, like as it was happening, I had met up with I happened to be in Boston and I had met up with Aiden. And like we both show up to this restaurant, we sit down, and he's like, dude, like you're not gonna fucking believe what the fuck is going on right now. He's like, I got this chick right now just sending me these screenshots because she's talking to fucking Paul O'Keefe. I'm like, what? That's exactly how that happened, Paul. I'm telling you. As that shit was unfolding, me and Aiden were like looking at those texts and laughing, bro. We were like, dude, what is wrong with this guy, dude? Like, right. That's my whole point. It's like, how do you not think Dude, I would be so paranoid. Immediately, I'd think this person is taking screenshots and sending them to Turtle Boy. If I'm Paul O'Keefe, that's what I'm assuming immediately. I'm like, what? It's like, I was laughing. I was like, dude, why is he so stupid? I don't understand. Why is he so dumb? Like, dude, and I don't get it, man. Aaron's cute, man. Aaron's super cute. Like, it's so sad, man, when fucking dudes don't know what they have, you know? Like, maybe he just, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that dude was, yeah, and he admitted to, like, dude, he admitted to this person that he was drunk during his testimony in the last trial. Like, what, dude? What? I mean, I think so too. I think people get sick of each other. I think most people get sick of each other. I think it doesn't always happen, but yeah, man, you know. So now this guy's gonna show another set of pictures to Dr. Scorty
Troy,
Bello.
I'm going to give you those. Those were both marked for ID. So one will be coming into evidence and one will be a chalk. So you may need to have them available for the witness.
Yeah, you do get sick of drunk real quick too, man. That's for sure. Like if he's just a drunken dickhead, imagine living with that. You know what I mean? Like I'm not implying that he's abusive or anything. Just when you're around somebody who's just fucking sloppy all the goddamn time, dude, you're just like, dude,
You consider stand wherever
don't
you
put your
want.
dick near me, dude. Get the fuck away from me. Like women hate that shit. They hate it. Dude, when I see chicks like that, I'm just like, dude, I am not touching you. You're fucking gross. Like, even when I'm sloppy drunk, I'm like, nah, dude, like that's Oh, hey, what's up, Erica Walsh? Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, nobody here's judging you for that shit, dude. Dude, can we get on with you presenting your not case, please? You fuck.
Today, Junior?
For real. No, they didn't cut the sound. I could hear everything. Just nothing's happening. session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Doctor, when we left off, you had described all the injuries to the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked about your observations of both the fractures in his skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
This whole
You
thing,
mentioned
because it's a
earlier
fucking
that
sham.
you use other resources, other testing. Did you ask for?
Because this is such a fucking sham, this whole line of questioning, make no mistake, is a pure disrespect to the memory of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. This whole sham is, but the fact that they're sitting there talking about his injuries in this way and just making it so medical is so disgusting when it's not necessary. It's like exhuming a body. You know what I mean? When you don't need to do that. That's kind of how it comes off. It's not the same thing, but it's kind of how it comes off. It's really fucked up what he's doing.
The next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In your experience, doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor?
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes. The cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death, in your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty
degrees Fahrenheit,
what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes,
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
yes. There is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate in this case stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Alan Jackson in his opening statement stated that they could prove that he in fact did not die of hypothermia. Like, I'm waiting to find out what that is.
Do you recognize that document?
All about.
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document is accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Exhibit 162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days passed, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Good morning.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So, in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could, please move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident.
Correct.
You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use. And does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation. And what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy, correct?
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training, and forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No.
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involved the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method. Correct. And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Here we
Yes,
go.
it is.
And
Here we go.
at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, a collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I show that to the witness?
Okay. All right, so we will mark this as the next exhibit. There's no objections to Brennan?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll mark it first and then you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You could take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up, and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture. Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes.
And you, if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
It appears to be, correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts, it's Westfield?
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you were at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present
is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like a sign in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes,
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who
I
they
don't-
are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police.
Thank
But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm not going to ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to the, thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? You recall that?
Yes,
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
yes, approximately.
Right. And the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct. You just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office, we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there'd have to be a pretty good reason why you'd want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined. And I want to, if I could, with you pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform. Is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct. And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy, when the brain was removed, having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Do you know that?
I do.
I'll allow them.
Yes, she's board certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to.
Dr. Stonebridge is my girlfriend, by the way.
So, with regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Facts, bro.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Yeah, Dr. Stonebridge is totally my girlfriend, bro. 100%. 100%. I mean, I don't know what else or how else to explain it.
Into the glare
You got to listen to the glare, bro. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I didn't understand a fucking thing she was saying. I was super distracted. I'm one of those people. I'm not going to lie. Like, I know like Nurse Kim and other people were like, nobody was listening to her because they were all distracted by how hot she was and blah, blah, blah. Facts. I was completely distracted by how hot she was. Like, I was just like, hot lady saying smart things. Yes. Yes. Hot lady, keep saying smart things. Yes. Keep saying smart things that I don't understand. Just keep doing it. Yes. That's totally how that went down. Sorry. Listen, dude, I don't claim to be intelligent. Okay. Sit here and act like I understood what the fuck that lady was talking about. She's way out of my league, but she's totally my girlfriend. Just so you know.
into the glare
Yeah, that was actual footage of me listening to Dr. Stonebridge. That was me. That was the equivalent of my mind. Just drooling and shit, just fucking not fucking useless. Like, you got to spoon feed me, bro. All right, we're back.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney name, or excuse me, a doctor named Azik Wolf?
No, I'm not.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia, and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons.
Thank you so much.
Other than being out in the snow? No, I do not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
Not Daphne.
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found. And I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down a little bit, if I could, with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head, and that's the primary cause, right?
correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you refer to on your right as a secondary cause of being death of hypothermia, but you've used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations, can you repeat what it was?
It said hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you use the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? It was, you brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis, scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you. What, if any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances. And at the end of the investigation, or at the end of, my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Okay.
Understood, but my question is, did
Right.
you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards
Right. Did
the
you entertain the
location
possibility that he wasn't hit by a
of
car? Is what he's asking.
the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So,
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
so you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications
And
regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information? In other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrased that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct?
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that, Mr. Lessing.
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood.
And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury.
Blunt impact.
A blunt impact injury. Have I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head. Yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further that needs to be done. Thank you.
Did you show it to Mr. Brown?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence. and it
Okay.
is in evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if there was any statements that Your Honor wanted to make.
So why don't you come over here why don't you come over a second?
Okay, what in the fuck, man? I mean, so like, I don't get what I mean, her whole report is basically null and void. I mean, like, if there's no cause of death, if it's undetermined, then what are we doing here? You know what I mean? And I'm sure they're going to call Stonebridge up, you know? I'm sure they're going to call her up, but I'm saying, like, I mean, I don't know. I know unless he's just being thorough, I think what he's trying to do is just make the jury aware that he's painting a picture is what he's doing. Okay. He's making the jury aware that Trooper Proctor specifically pushed to get a homicide. He's building a foundation for that information to come out. That he pushed for a homicide ruling, but didn't get it from Dr. Scortibello. So he didn't get the homicide ruling, even though he pushed for it. And he's also pointing out the fact that they didn't even investigate any other possibilities, that they were fixated on the idea that, so she's acting as a witness for the defense in the sense that they're showing the jury they already had an agenda when they went and talked to Dr. Scortibello. Proctor already had an agenda. He went there saying, this is what happened, and this is what we need. We need a homicide ruling because this is what happened. Without and he's basically getting her to testify, yeah, to my knowledge, there was no other possible injury explored by the Massachusetts State Police. So that's all he's trying to do. He just wants the jury to understand that. So when you're sitting there going, what's the point of all this? That's the point. Right. He just hasn't gotten there yet. I know. Because to answer Brad Blankenship's super chat question here, because it was actually a really good one. We just haven't gotten there yet. But Brad Blankenship was like, so if the Commonwealth is going with the premise that the cause of death is blunt force trauma event, i.e. car accident, how are they justifying his phone being opened by Face ID, also being turned off by push button? As I understand it, the prosecution's theory, and what they're trying to push for is that and this is where Dr. Stonebridge is going to come in. Her testimony is going to be very important in this regard, because Dr. Stonebridge is going to have to explain whether or not the Commonwealth's alleged theory is that he was still coherent enough to be able to pull his phone out of his pocket and try to call 911. Basically, remember, like we were making jokes about The Fugitive earlier. Remember that scene in The Fugitive where there was the 911 call from his wife, right? But she was completely out of it. But it sounded like she was accusing her husband of attacking her. And she was like, she had just gotten hit in the head with the marble, sphere-shaped thing. And she had gotten hit in the head with that, but she was like, she managed to dial 911, even though she didn't have any brain function to really do anything, but she managed to call 911. And she was like, help, Richard. And she was saying his name. And then they were like, he's trying to kill me. And she, in her confusion, because of the trauma to her brain, thought she was speaking to her husband, Richard Kimball, because she was just desperate for help. So they're trying to find out if, due to his brain injuries, John O'Keefe's brain injuries, is it possible that he had enough function
May I,
to
Your
be able
Honor?
to pull his
Thank
phone
you.
out, dial, and unlock the phone, and
With
then
Your
lock
Honor's
it
permission, I
again?
would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you.
Richard Kimball.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens. Pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there. And I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This,
Yes.
that's a ruler.
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
To show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right. So it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area. Is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left, almost like a J type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall and impact present that type of pattern, or would it present a circular pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
Did he say starfish in the
I
middle?
can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes.
And isn't pattern recognition something that
you're wrong
requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
Yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
In the
Yeah, we do.
It's an example of pattern recognition.
I'm gonna sing Alessi lines.
Yes.
Could be a gunshot.
Correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So, assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on, a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you, do you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is doubtful.
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right. I thank you. So would you expect to see, is it possible if that was the manner of the fall that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
I mean, traces
Did
of
you
grass,
consider
something
at all in your evaluation?
I mean, if grass leaves grass stain, wouldn't you find traces of grass?
Let me back
on
up.
wounds?
Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question. Thank you. Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other consideration? Any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries.
And I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All right, jurors, we'll take the lunch and recess. So we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
Rise to the jury.
Goodbye.
Defense has nothing, Your Honor. Thank you for asking. Thank you.
Good Lord. Okay. Go. All right. Sorry about that. I was ordering my lunch. I didn't expect much from the Dr. Scortibello cross-examination or direct testimony, honestly. Like, she didn't say much in the last trial either, you know? She just kind of sat up there. Like, and when she was confronted, if I remember correctly, somebody mentioned to her about Proctor's comments and if she knew about it or something, and she said, yeah. So she was like, I think she just acted like, I don't care what people say about me or whatever. And bro, that shit sounds great. No, but I actually ordered a salad and a sandwich from Zaxby's. So it's a little change of pace for now. I don't feel completely guilty about what I'm going to eat. All right, let's see what else we can come up with here, because I'm totally at a loss. We'll watch we'll see what Court TV's come up with as of recent. But I feel like it's really important that you guys are reminded of something.
Spotlight hits the courtroom floor. Trooper Bukaki strolls through the door. Evidence bag looking kinda off. The glare squints, gives a righteous scoff. He said, "That ain't the shoe I saw. You're all blind to the fatal flaw." Everyone laughed, but deep inside they feared the truth that he couldn't hide. Oh, the glare was right. Yeah, about the shoe and the lights. It don't match what we saw that night. Funky soul, wrong stripe too tight. He don't miss, he don't bend. He's the truth from start to end. He's the glare in the mirror ball's glow, and he told you so. Trooper Buckcock, reached in the sack, pulled the shoe that was way off track. But Glare knew from the heel to toe it was a fashion felony. Case closed. The jury gasped, the judge said wait, but the Glare already sealed their fate. With a single stare like disco steel, he turned the courtroom into a dance ordeal. He spins, he points, he struts real slow, shoe in hand with that righteous glow. He moonwalks past your weak defense and serves subpoenas with elegance. Oh, the Glare was right. He don't need hindsight. That mismatched shoe won't see daylight. Truth is funky and fierce tonight. He's the judge, he's the jury, he's the groove. When the Glare says it, you better move. Right about the shoe and everything too. G-L-A-R-E-R, he outdanced you. Glare don't lie, Glare's fly. That shoe was wrong and now you cry. Stay incorrect, stay incorrect. Stay incorrect.
Welcome. We are live in Dedham, Massachusetts, the home of the Karen Reed trial. We've got a live studio audience with us tonight. They will be part of this program with their questions, comments, and theories at the end of this hour. The subject of our investigation, obviously, the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe and the trial, the retrial of Karen Reed. Now, there are a lot of questions in this case. As a matter of fact, those questions were not answered in the first trial because the first jury was a hung jury. Well, I think they were hung on at least one count, perhaps 3 counts, depends who you ask. That's just the nature of this case. For those of you not familiar with the story, take a look. The death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe remains shrouded in mystery and controversy. According to prosecutors, O'Keefe was struck by his girlfriend, Karen Reed's SUV, and left to die in the snow outside of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. But what continues to puzzle both investigators and the public is this. For hours, not one person saw his body lying on the front lawn. Guests came and went from the house that night. Headlights were on, conversations were had, but no one noticed the officer lying just feet from the curb. It wasn't until the following morning, when Karen Reed returned in a panic, that his lifeless body was discovered. The timeline has fueled speculation and doubt. Could a man in such visible distress go unnoticed for so long? The defense argues the answer is no, and that the truth lies not in the snow outside, but what happened inside the house that night. A lot of people were in and out of 34 Fairview that night. And that's really been one of the puzzling parts of this case, because you look at either version of what happened here. You know, John O'Keefe struck by Karen Reed. There's lots of people in the house. No one saw it. John O'Keefe goes in the house, gets beaten up. Apparently, no one saw it, or no one has said they saw it. So why is it that you have all these people testifying that are there, in and out of the house, in the front, driving back and forth, getting picked up, getting dropped off? You know, saw John O'Keefe. Take a listen to some of the testimony from some of the folks who were there that night.
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole?
No.
And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole?
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out of that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
What, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you have seen it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And that's just a sampling of the testimony of the folks who were there at 34 Fairview, driving past 34 Fairview. And it brings us to the first question in our investigation. And this is an extremely important one. And in fact, it's a little bit puzzling. Why didn't anybody see John O'Keefe? He's right on the front lawn. Why didn't anyone see him in the house, out of the house, driving by? Joining me to help answer this question tonight, trial attorney Wayne Dennison, Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Also with us, attorney, former prosecutor Catherine Loftus, and John DePietro, host and creator of Road Patrol Live. And with us, Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas. And Cody, you and I, after the show last night, we went to 34 Fairview in the dark, and interesting ride to say the least.
Absolutely, Vinny. Like you said, we went there in the dark and we rode by on the side of the road closest to the home, and then we did a 3-point turn and rode by on the side away from the home. And again, you know, it wasn't snowing. Obviously, it's May up here in Massachusetts. There was not a blizzard going on, but the visibility was a little bit low, to say the least, Vinny.
All right, so let's take a look, because we don't go anywhere without recording it. Let's take a look at our ride last night, Cody, Thomas, and me. All right, so Cody and I are in the car. We're on Cedar Crest on our way to Fairview Road. It's at the next intersection, and we're just going to drive by at night and see what it looks like. Like, what do you see? And I basically have the camera pointed straight out with the same view that I have from the passenger side. Cody, you're in the driver's seat, so I know you're paying attention more to the street. But let's just see what we see.
Coming up here on the right, you can see the fire hydrant right here, the flagpole on the right.
Like it is right there. We just passed the flagpole. That's it.
You can easily see. I mean, you know, there's snow that night, but that's still very close to the road.
Very close. So we're going to turn around and approach from the other side and see what we see when we're driving down the other side of the road. But it's really striking to me that it's right there.
Absolutely.
It's not back. It is on the road.
The yard's not super big, so you can see pretty much all of it just riding by, whether at night or in the daytime.
And again, this is late at night. We already did the show tonight. We're out shooting this tonight. But now we're approaching from the other side.
So now it's going to be on the left.
It'll be on the left. But like, if you're driving down not looking for it, the question is, would you notice it? Is it more noticeable? I thought the yard was really lit up coming down the right side, but coming down the left side, I feel like it's not as lit up.
Yeah, it's kind of unassuming. You have one street light here that kind of illuminates this entire section of the street.
Yeah. So I would say coming this way, I didn't really notice much at all.
Yeah.
But going the other way, I did. And the question is, were people pulling out of the driveway and going the other way or going this way? I think that makes a big difference. Absolutely. Bottom line, though, from that direction, the approach that we had, it's right in front of you because the road even curves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, Cody, that was a big deal. The curvature of the road, and it seemed when we were on the side closest to 34 Fairview that the headlights actually shined that part of the yard.
Absolutely, Benny. And as you saw in the video, as all of our live studio audience saw, the yard isn't huge and sprawling. But what I did notice, Benny, as we were riding by, that area where John O'Keefe was found was a little more dimly lit than the rest of the house because there was only that one singular overhead street light on the opposite side of the house away from where the flagpole was. So I would assume maybe at night you probably couldn't see it if you weren't really paying attention. But like you said, the headlights still shown that close area of the yard that was near the road.
All right, let's bring in the rest of our guests. Why didn't anyone see John O'Keefe? I mean, it's not far from the road.
I love this clueless fucking lady's bullshit, by the way. It's like she just makes these dumb fucking reasons and excuses. Like she's just a fucking drunk coffin offer.
Headlights lighted up. Why doesn't anyone see them?
I would ask one question. When you guys went last night, because I think it's a fair representation, it's a fair question for people to ask that, there's a number of people who come outside. Is it reasonable that somebody would be laying on the lawn and you wouldn't see them? I don't know, were those your regular beams or high beams? When regular beams.
Regular.
And so I think, because it clearly shows, as you said, then you see a portion of it on the film. The question really is when we're looking in hindsight, it's easy to say, why didn't they see them? And if they didn't see them, then that means that there was some sort of, ill intent, or they're lying or not telling the truth. Sometimes, you have to think about where are you looking? Are you looking to the side? If you're, all of these people have fairly high levels of intoxication.
I think that's a fair point, but when you're there, and this jury has done a jury view, they did that last year as well. You've been there, I've been there, but they didn't do the jury view at night, and I wish that they had. The other thing that I'm thinking about is the brand new evidence that we saw a difference between trial 1 and trial 2, which is the fact that the law enforcement neighbor across the street had a camera. Yes. So prosecution is claiming that it was pointed down, but did you see those beams, how it would have illuminated? So I want to see from the crash reconstructionist, and there's going to be a different one this time around, did she do a 3-point turn as they're alleging? How did this happen? And that would have been picked up possibly on that missing video.
I just think it's nighttime. They've all been drinking. People are just thinking about, I got to get home. There wasn't a huge crowd. I mean, there were people, a lot of them were then even closer to the driveway. It does seem odd, but I just think part of this is our behavior at night, which is people are just caught up in, let's get to our, the storm's coming, let's get in our car, the late night, and also that they had been drinking. And it's a fluke, but nobody saw him.
Isn't there a much more obvious answer than this? He wasn't on the lawn.
I mean, I don't know that you can necessarily jump to that because, the problem then, it goes to all these bigger questions because if you don't see him on the lawn, where is he? Is he in the house? And for him to be in the house, there's a lot of things you have to believe. And that's really the difficult part of this case is that, it's easy for all of us to opine and talk about, after the fact.
Let's talk about it in this respect, right?
If you know.
I'm a former prosecutor. You have to prove your case. So you need the evidence. So it would have been very helpful if someone had seen him. No one did. So what does the jury take away from that? Does the jury take away from that? Well, nobody was paying attention, or do they take away from that? That's a lack of evidence. Like, which is it? And how much of a problem could that be?
Well, I think it was a big problem, especially when you get to the snowplow driver. Snowplow driver goes by there twice. He notices other cars on the street. He has really no horse in this race. That's a very difficult place for the prosecution.
I also think, though, the ride was very helpful, Vinny, that you guys just showed. But you guys were zoned in on 34 Fairview. I just wonder, were you that alert? And as you're riding along, what about other houses around there? This neighborhood, everyone has an
I was
acre of
watching the
property.
road because I don't trust Cody driving at night. So I'm paying attention to everything in front of us.
Anyone that's been in that type of setting, sometimes an animal can dart out. I mean, there's various things that can happen. And I just think in the course of that, it's a shame that someone, didn't see him. Brian Higgins was an Army medic. He had a first aid kit. He has told people he wished he had seen him. He could have saved his life. Brian Albert said,
where was he parked? Do we know where he was parked, Higgins? Was he parked in the drive or in the street? Because I've heard both. Do we know?
I don't think it's
that's been made clear.
Yeah, I don't think it's come up really at all. And again, because
That's
it's
a
so
big deal, though,
different.
isn't it?
And but I don't know if it's going to. I don't know if there's going to be anybody who testifies as to where his vehicle was. There was a lot of focus in trial number 1 about where the white Jeep was. It hasn't really been a focus of trial number 2.
And I know that Ted Rowlands has had the question of like what kind of marks would leave behind with a plow if there was
right hitting the arm.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, everyone's staying with us. We've got a lot more to get to this hour. Coming up next, who was at the house after Karen Reed left?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Is Karen Reed a killer girlfriend?
She's guilty.
Or the scapegoat in an elaborate cover-up?
Karen Reed was brave. Karen Reed is accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend.
And stated repeatedly, I hit it, I hit it.
She may end up taking the stand.
Her first trial ended with a hung jury. They haven't proven anything.
Will a jury finally agree on a verdict? We know who did it.
The Karen Reed murder retrial. Live coverage weekday mornings, 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they come in, and I wish they had. I really do.
Welcome back. We are in Dedham, Massachusetts, just steps from the courthouse where Karen Reed is being tried for the murder of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And that was Brian Albert Sr. He's the man who owns 34 Fairview. That is the lawn where John O'Keefe was found. And there were a lot of people at his house that night because there was a birthday celebration for Brian Albert Jr. that was taking place, plus Brian Albert Sr. and a bunch of folks coming from the Waterfall Bar and Grill in downtown Canton after it closed, a little bit of an after party. So there's a lot of traffic in and out. Take a listen to Jen McCabe here talking about what she saw when she was looking out the window with regards to Karen Reed's SUV.
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No, but I saw it in a few different locations. I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
Okay, she says they didn't make it in the house, and obviously Karen Reed didn't go in the house, so Karen Reed left. Which brings us to the next question in our investigation. And it is, who was at the house after Karen Reed left? An important question because these are people who could either see John O'Keefe on the lawn or could be potentially, like the defense has alleged, part of this cover-up and murder of John O'Keefe inside the house. Still with me here in studio, Wayne Dennison, Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, Catherine Loftus, and John DePietro, and of course, Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas, still with us as well. I want to take a look at all the people that were there. Let's put this up on the screen because I think this is important when you talk about numbers. And that's what has always struck me about this case is just the number of people who were at 34 Fairview after Karen Reed left. You take a look, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, her husband Matthew McCabe, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris, Brian Loughran drove past 34 Fairview. Obviously, he's plowing the streets. He's not going inside. Brian Albert Sr., Nicole Albert, and Brian Albert Jr. So, Cody, as we look at all these people, some are walking in and out of the house, some are driving away. We spent some time at a house similar to 34 Fairview today. Tomorrow, we will show folks the results of all of that. Absolutely. But one of the things you did was walk in and out of the house and to see what you would see. I guess we'll give them a sneak preview. Was it crystal clear if you were walking out of that house that you would necessarily see everything in front of the house?
crystal clear might be a strong statement. You can see everything in front of you wherever you were looking, your perspective, obviously, wherever you were focused on, going to your car, going to the driveway. That doesn't necessarily mean that you would have swung your head towards the flagpole where his body was found or any which way. So, I mean, of course, the whole yard was open, the whole neighborhood was open, but depends on where you were looking, depends on where your attention was when you're walking out the front door of that house, where you were leaving.
Okay, and you're going to see that tomorrow night, folks, because we went to a house that is very similar to 34 Fairview, slightly inverted, but in this case, you're allowed to invert the video. So we'll just do that for you tomorrow night. So all these people, Matt, so many people, I don't know if we're going to hear from all these people, but they were all there, and none of them can help prosecutors prove this part of the case, that John O'Keefe's body was on that front yard.
I definitely want to hear from the homeowners, right? At least them. And I'm wondering if the defense has any plans to call them if, Hank Brennan does not. But it's where you went is a much bigger yard than where 34 Fairview is. I have to tell you that it's only about 7 feet away from the curb where that huge curb is. And that's another question into itself. If she did a 3-point turn and all of the pieces are allegedly in the yard, how come her car didn't get stuck in that curb? That's a different question. But it's so close to the street where these cars would have been picking up people and dropping people off and parking themselves. How come they didn't see anything?
And the house is just 30 feet from the curb as well. I mean, it's very, very close. I don't know. Does the jury understand? If none of these people are testifying, they're all there, and obviously they can't testify about seeing something they didn't see. If I'm a juror, what do I take away from that? You've got 11 people at the house, and no one's coming in here and saying, I saw a body on the front yard.
Well, Vinny, I think Hank Brennan has done a good job where everyone inside basically tells the same story, that it was light, everyone was just having a good time, listening to music. The whole thing with Raining Men. I think he did a good job in asking all of them, were there any problems? Was there any disagreement? Was there any type of fight like that? No one in the house hinted that there was any type of conflict. Now, granted, Brian Albert's a big guy.
It's both sides here, right? Where you get all these witnesses that are there don't see John O'Keefe struck by the car.
Right.
They don't see the aftermath of that. And then you flip it to the other side. No one testifies about seeing anything in the house either. Right. This is bizarro. But ultimately, it's up to prosecutors to prove the case.
It is up to the prosecutor to prove the case. But ultimately, the prosecution is going to have a number of witnesses who all say he didn't come in the house. And that's pretty probative evidence that he didn't come in the house. And yeah, they all have their stories, and their stories are extremely well aligned, and you can make arguments about why they're so well aligned.
Well, I'll just say this as I continue to promote tomorrow night's program, that we take a look at that issue. Could you walk into that house and get to the basement?
Stop right fucking now, okay? It's not that their stories are so well aligned, it's that their lack of they're consistent in not giving any information. It's not that their stories are well aligned and everything is just no, man. Like they're told to speak to the truth on the stuff that they can all speak to the truth about, so their stories don't fucking contradict each other. And to make sure that their stories don't contradict each other, they're told to say, I don't recall or I don't remember. They are absolutely and totally prepared and prepped. It's the same thing, but they are absolutely totally prepped by Hank Brennan. And it's obvious. So I don't want to hear that shit. It's because they're all telling the truth, and that's why their stories match. Bullshit. Because on the stuff that matters, they go, I don't recall. Fuck out of here.
Without being seen. So that's another interesting part of it.
Karen Reed recently told me on the courthouse steps she saw him walk inside through that front door. So it'll be interesting to see, perhaps, maybe she'll take the stand this time. until that.
Say the front door, or she said the driveway?
She said through the door. I can't remember exactly which door.
Well, because that would be different if she
I
said
know,
the front
I know,
door, the door. And, and that's the I think the difficult part for
The nuance.
Miss Reed
Yeah.
is that her statements have varied, fairly inconsistently as they've gone on. Originally there's a question from troopers about whether she sees him go in the house. He says no. And then we have subsequent interviews that I think you can argue add largely self-serving facts. Saw him walk up the driveway, hand on the door. Next interview is poking his head in, and finally he goes all the way in. And ultimately, from the prosecutor's perspective, they don't have to prove or disprove that he didn't go in the house. They have to prove the elements of the charges that they have against him. And I think Hank Brennan is doing something completely differently than we saw in trial one with prosecutor Adam Lally. Is that A.D. Lally was trying to prove his case while also trying to disprove the defense theory.
Right, he was very defensive in his case.
Hank Brennan, if you look at the elements, you don't need anybody in the house. You've proven if you look at the manslaughter, which I think everybody realizes is the real charge.
I think it's going to come down to the crash reconstructionists
Correct.
and what they do. And I know that the ARCA discovery was recent.
Dude, you're talking out of your asses. The reason why they're not focused on the people of the house is because they're trying to fucking protect them. There are certain people that were in the house that are named as third-party culprits by the defense. So Brennan is trying to avoid them altogether. This isn't him going, oh, we're not focusing on the people in the house. What matters is the evidence. Hank Brennan has yet to present a fucking case. What are you talking about? Hank Brennan has not presented a case. Everything that he's done has been in deflect of attention on anybody in 34 Fairview. This woman is trying to play lawyer games, but she's not smart enough. You know what I'm saying? This is what happens when idiots become lawyers. People without common sense who have book smarts that can fucking memorize fucking questions and answers and then pass tests in college. And then they become lawyers. This is what morons who become lawyers do. They sit up here and they think that they're smarter than everybody else by trying to avoid a subject and saying, this is how this is actually happening. That's not. We can see it with our eyes. Hank Brennan is a defense attorney. And she's sitting there basically projecting. She's going, yeah, we saw this with Lally last trial, but this trial, Brennan's not doing that. No, Brennan's doing that even more. He's just better at presenting it because he's a showman. He's a defense attorney. He was hired to be a defense attorney to prosecute a case that is unwinnable. That's what he was hired to do. Simple. Nobody's fucking falling for that bullshit, lady.
Recently turned over, so maybe we'll finally get to that in this.
And
part of
once
the trial.
again, it comes back to ACA. Back to ACA. Well done. All right, everyone's staying. Up next, why did Ryan and Heather, remember Ryan and Heather? Why didn't they see John O'Keefe? We are live in Dedham, Massachusetts with our continuing in-depth coverage of the retrial of the century, Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. She's been charged with the murder of her boyfriend at the time, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And the subject of our investigation is taking a look at the death of John O'Keefe and taking a look at some of the witnesses and potential witnesses, what they saw, what they didn't see. For those of you not familiar with the story, take a look.
The night John O'Keefe died has become one of the most scrutinized in recent memory, marked by chilling uncertainty and fierce debate. Prosecutors claim Karen Reed dropped the Boston police officer off outside of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, where he never made it inside and was fatally struck by her SUV.
Adam Savage and J.B. Heinerman would have cleared this up in one episode. Yeah, maybe. Thank you.
But the defense paints a far darker picture, one where O'Keefe did enter the home and met his end not in the snow, but within those walls. The core of the controversy centers on that unanswered question. Did he ever go inside? Surveillance gaps, conflicting witness accounts, and forensic inconsistencies have fueled a firestorm of speculation. Supporters of Reed argue a cover-up is unfolding, while others remain convinced of her guilt. As the trial unfolds, the mystery of whether John O'Keefe stepped over the threshold of Fairview that night remains a pivotal, haunting question and the key to unlocking the truth behind his death.
And it's about witnesses. You have all these people at 34 Fairview. Some are dropping people off, picking people up, and showing up. And John O'Keefe was there at some point because he was in the car with Karen Reed when they pulled up in front. Once Karen Reed pulls up in front of that car with John O'Keefe, that's where the two stories completely diverge. Either he gets out of the car, goes into the house, or gets out of the car and gets struck by Karen Reed. That's what this trial is about. That's what this jury has to figure out through the evidence. Some of the evidence is testimony of witnesses. I want to get to one crucial part of this. I call it Dome Gate, where Karen Reed is in her car and her dome light is on. And there are two witnesses who testified about what they saw and what they didn't see.
This chick back here is like, fuck, I'm at a bar right now and all I want is a shot of Fireball. Fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Matthew Furtado. Oh man, I was hoping you were actually married to Nelly. I'm like a bird, I only fly away. I don't know, am I? That's my shit, bro. Hi, Larry. Can you say hi to my wife, Christine from Lunenburg, and tell her that you love her? She's a huge fan, and it would make her day. Hello, Christine from Lunenburg. I love you. All right, is that good? That good? Good. Right on. Okay, I hope that was worth your $10 there, bro. I'm out here loving people's wives for $10, bro. What the fuck am I doing with my life, dude?
They are exes at this point, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson, but they both testified in the trial about that moment because their car was directly behind Karen Reed, and then they drove around her, and they left the scene before Karen Reed left in her SUV. Take a listen.
There was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
But you saw that the passenger's seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. You're not changing that testimony?
No, I'm not changing that.
I observed the female in the driver's seat. I did not see any other person, just the female in the driver's seat.
And they were both passengers in the same car, one in the passenger seat, one in the back seat. The driver has not testified. But this brings us to the next question in our investigation, which is, why didn't Ryan and Heather see John O'Keefe? Why didn't they see him in the car, outside of the car, somewhere? All right, still with us, joining me here on set, Wayne Dennison, great attorney, won the Johnny Depp case. Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, Catherine Loftus, prolific in the courtroom and on social media, and John DePietro, Road Patrol Live. Great to have you all here. Plus Cody Thomas, Court TV field reporter. So Cody, again, after the show, we were busy.
Absolutely.
We did our own version of Domegate, and we tried to reenact as well as we could that moment of two people in a car, or is it one person in a car and a dome light? And let's show it to the folks. Let's do this. So what we're going to take a look at, so to set this all up, folks, after the show, Cody and I, we find a couple members of our studio audience. Can you help us out tonight? They didn't know what they were in for. We take them to a dark street in Dedham, and they weren't scared. They were okay. And we put someone behind the wheel of an SUV with a dome light on. I then was driving a second car with a second audience member next to me. And the question was, are there two people or one person inside that car? So we drove by twice. Take a look. Okay, so we're in the car. Ashley is with me. We're going to take a ride by. We are leaving where we're parking. We're just going to drive past this car. And just like a 1 second glance. And then after the 1 second glance, you tell me what you see or don't see. 1 second glance, what do you see, don't see?
I saw one person.
You saw one person?
One person.
Okay. First time through, you saw one person?
One person. Driver's side.
Okay. So now, Ashley, we're going to make a second pass. And again, same thing. We're just going to drive.
All right, Vinny, you're going to have to shut up for a second because I'm here to tell you all right now that Zaxby's grilled chicken sandwiches are fucking lit, bro. Okay? Lit.
And drive by and take a quick 1 second glance, and then you tell me what, if anything, you see.
I saw two people.
You saw two people?
I saw two people.
Okay. All right. Let's talk to Cody and see what happened that first time, if he was there. All right. So one more time. So first time you saw one person.
One.
Second time you saw two people.
Two.
So let's go to Cody and get the reveal here. Okay. All right, Cody, we did two passes.
Yes, sir.
First pass, how many people in the car?
One.
Second time?
Two.
Guess what?
I got it right.
She got it right.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
All right. All right.
You know what was interesting? As I'm watching that video, Cody, I don't know what you saw. I didn't see you in the second time when I was driving carefully, but I quickly
Unlike
just,
me.
Yeah, unlike Cody, right? But I turned the camera really quickly like that. And from the camera, I couldn't see you necessarily, but Ashley did.
I couldn't see myself in, and I knew I was in the car. You know, I don't know how our studio audience felt about that, but I couldn't see myself, and had the one dome light on, kind of on the driver's side anyway. But yeah, I was in the first time I was outside of the car, making sure Ashley couldn't see me in my hiding.
Where were you hiding? Because I didn't see you at all.
Well, that's secret safe with me.
Okay.
No, I was in front of the car. We were parked behind another parked car, and I was hiding behind that one. And as y'all came by, I kind of just, whoop, whoop, got out of the way. But the second time around, I made sure I was in the car just to have, two different results to see what she saw. And of course, Ashley got it right. And of course, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson said they didn't see anybody in the passenger seat, but everyone's different. Everyone's eyes are different. Everyone's perceptions are different. If they've been drinking, that makes things a little bit different. So,
and we know Ashley was not drinking.
We do absolutely know. Because our lovely member Ashley was not drinking here.
we test everyone beforehand. Okay.
Is anybody wanting to say something that they're afraid of saying? Because you don't know if it'll get you in trouble or not. But it's one of those things where I'm like, there is one factor here that I'm afraid to bring up. But it's a factor that I feel like everyone is thinking of when it comes to the accuracy that would be required to successfully pull off this experiment. That's all I'm saying. Okay? I'm just saying there's one particular detail here when it comes to visibility. That's all I'm saying. Visibility at night, specifically, and there's alcohol involved.
Okay, so why didn't they see John O'Keefe? Where is he?
You know, the difficult thing I think with, you know, in the recreation like this is that one, we're looking for something. We know now that, you know, this is the issue of whether he's in the car. So it's not really the same, you know, it's as close as maybe we can get. You know, the other question I have is, I think sort of common knowledge is if there's a dome light on, there's two ways to do it. Either you turn it on, it's in your car, or the...
Listen, it's a logistics thing, okay? That's all it is. All I'm doing is reading the room. Basically, I'm looking at my chat. I'm just like, I'm not gonna say it. There's no need to. Everybody's on the same page. Just saying, but all it is, it's a thought on logistics. That's it. Details. That's all. That's all.
The passenger side or one of the doors is open. So, you know, Ryan Nagel and Heather Matson's testimony, I think, really helps and hurts both of them, because they both testified they don't see anybody walking across the lawn. They don't see anybody go up the driveway. They also say they don't see anybody in the passenger seat. So what does the jury do? Do they, you know, is there more weight one way or the other?
How foggy are those windows in their car? How much snow is coming down? I think the conditions are a little bit different too.
I liked Ryan Nagel as a witness just because
nobody on the panel is going to say it. Okay. All right.
Because
I'm not either.
Wavered, really, you know, tuned in. Yes, sir. He never embellished. His testimony, second trial, same as the first trial, and Yannetti was cross-examining him. But I agree as far as he didn't see anyone going in. But it is unusual that he only saw Karen Reed, because then it does open up the door and begs the question, where was John O'Keefe at that point?
And again, I come back to this because I'm a former prosecutor. Like, I have the burden. You've got to prove the case. So you've got lack of evidence on both sides. And what I hear from folks aligned with the prosecution is that, well, they didn't see him go in the house, so that's great. I get it, but he wasn't in the car either. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. And if it's not clear, and I go back to the juror that I interviewed afterwards, I said, well, what happened? He said, I don't know what happened. And that doesn't mean the defense proved a conspiracy. What it means is that prosecutors did not establish what happened. Right. And I understand you only have to prove the elements of the crime, but in this case, it seems when you need a little more, like you need to fill in the gaps a little bit about what happened. There's all these people I keep coming back to it, all these people at the house, and there's still a lack of evidence you would expect prosecutors to have.
Right. And this started out with Alan Jackson saying this is a reasonable doubt case. He doesn't have to prove anything. He has to prove nothing. All he has to show is there's reasonable doubt that she committed this crime. And those two witnesses, and I think those two witnesses, especially Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, both of them were completely credible. Neither of them saw John O'Keefe in the car. Neither of them saw John O'Keefe on the lawn. That's a problem for the prosecution.
I agree with that.
Well, at the same time, I think it just also adds to the night that there's just, you're out, they're not looking for it. As Kathleen had said, they're just oblivious to what's happening around them. But at the same time, he did pick out, Karen Reed was right there, and it's not like they say we saw someone go across the lawn.
Right, and that's a great point, that it's not like I didn't see anything. No, I saw one person. Right. I didn't see two people. And
the description, 10 and 2, yes. Like it was very vivid of what he could recall.
Now, obviously, in what we did, we didn't have the same exact vehicle, so everything I understand is different.
You know how annoying it is to hear these assholes on court TV have the same exact conversation that I had with like Turtle Boy, that I've had with like Bettero, that I've had with like all these different people over like a year and a half ago. Over a year ago, I had this conversation with people. It's annoying as fuck. Like before the first trial, I had these conversations and I was yelling at court TV, like streaming court TV, just like I am now. And I was yelling at them going, why aren't you talking about this? It's not like it was a secret. It's not like it was rumored either. These were facts. These were details that were public, that were in statements taken by Massachusetts state troopers. Excuse me. But it's annoying as fuck because most of you have been following me that long. You guys know this. And I used to fucking yell at my fucking screen, streaming this shit, going, why the fuck won't you talk about this stuff? It's very public. And they wouldn't, but now they do. Okay.
But at the end of the day, like common sense, jurors are told, bring your common sense and life experience. Dome light on, I can see what's happening in the car in front of me. If the dome light wasn't on, I get it. You might see the person closest to you, but with the light actually on, do we think, where do you think John O'Keefe was? Let me ask you, where was he at that moment that Heather and Ryan are driving past? Where is he, and why is the dome light on?
Is he already out of the vehicle? Is he have his seat reclined? Are they arguing and he's put his seat back, that he's just fed up with her?
This dickhead is trying to think of every other alternative than him being inside the house, which is the most fucking obvious thing, especially since his Apple Health data puts him inside the fucking house, you dickhead.
With her, or is he there, but just at an angle that when they look, they actually miss him?
He dropped his phone, maybe. He's
possible.
His phone. There you go. Okay. Fasten your seatbelts, because when we come back, questions, comments, theories from our live studio audience.
Vinny doesn't give DiPietro any love at all, bro. Listen to DiPietro run his fucking mouth and then watch Vinny react to it.
His seat back, that he's just fed up with her, or is he there, but just at an angle that when they look, they actually miss him?
He dropped his phone, maybe. He's
possible.
His phone. There you go. Okay.
He dropped his phone, maybe, huh? Maybe he was out for ice cream, John. Huh? Maybe that. Maybe you think he was maybe he put on an invisible cloak, John. Huh? What do you think of that, right? Right? Maybe he dropped his phone. Fucking idiot. Shut up. The guy's fucking 6'2", dude. He was wearing a fucking light colored sweatshirt, you fucking idiot. Anybody would have fucking seen him. Stupid.
Fasten your seatbelts, because when we come back, questions, comments, theories from our live studio audience.
Just look at that touch from Trinity Rodman Saturday night.
Reed trial.
We'll be on location talking Karen Reed with a live studio audience.
Closing arguments tonight, 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see. Or could I have done something that knocked him out?
Welcome back. We are live in Dedham, Massachusetts with our live studio audience, and it's now their turn. Get ready, folks. We have no idea what they are going to say. So let's bring them in. First contestant, come on down. Oh, look, it was our witness.
I guess Vinny heard me accuse them of vetting their questions yesterday.
From Domegate. Great to see you, Ashley. What's your question or comment tonight?
So we hear a lot about there being another party or two parties' blood on John O'Keefe's shoes. Why is that not talked about more, and why have we not tested it to see whose it is?
How about that? Who's heard about that? I have not heard that. You have not heard about
so
that?
far, I've never heard that.
I don't. His articles of clothing, maybe not the shoes, but yeah.
Anyone heard anything about that? Has anyone heard any of that in the courtroom?
Stupid.
No.
I haven't heard it in the courtroom.
Interesting. Where did you hear it? On the internet?
The shoe.
Oh, no. There's a lot of information flowing on the internet.
I feel like I did hear it on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it may.
No testimony on that so far.
No testimony. You haven't heard it. Okay.
Nope.
All right. But great job last night. Come on down. We've got our next. And what's your name?
Karen.
Oh, we've got a Karen.
I knew you were going to say Karen.
I know. You've heard it a million times already. So your question or comment?
So in the first trial, Brian Albert said Chloe was in the closet. This trial, Jen McCabe said she ran into the room to wake them up, saw no dog and heard no dog. What's your opinion on that?
Where's the dog?
Wait a minute. Is that true, Norman, Corey? Thank you, by the way. Is that true? That there was no fingerprints found on the passenger side door? John wasn't wearing gloves. Why would they wipe? Why would there be no fingerprints unless somebody wiped the door? I'm going to have to look into that further. Huh? Where did you hear that? On the internet? Oh, wow. Wow. I'm going to have to look into that further. All right, here we go. Continue with Vinny Politan, Core TV.
The dogs. You know, maybe the closet door was closed, Vinny. I don't know.
And Jen was not, she just didn't see the dog. So unless, well, that's what she testified to, that it was a non-issue. And we haven't seen Brian Albert. So that's the answer to that.
I think that, the difficult thing is sometimes when we're watching the case from outside, we have all the information about not only everything that's been talked about pre-trial, but also what was testified to as to trial number 1. Trial number 2 is very different. We heard Jen McCabe talk about that she didn't see the dog. I don't think we're going to hear from Brian Albert. If he gets called by the defense, that's probably a question they'll ask him specifically. But as of yet, we haven't heard much outside of Jen McCabe's testimony.
I think we're going to. There's going to be a big, defense case about the dog. Then there's going to be a rebuttal case about the dog. But why didn't anyone hear the dog? I think that's the big question, too, no matter where the dog was, right?
Well, Vinny said there were 11 people at the house. He didn't mention the dog at all.
Yeah, that's true. I just want a quick show of hands. Who thinks the issue involving the dog is a big?
Yeah, shut up. Of course, not back yet, really. Wow, it is. Okay. All right. That's interesting, Norman, Corey. Thank you.
You are unmuted.
Excuse me, please.
please rise for the jury.
Oh, the water, I'm good. Thank you. I want to know what's the bathroom break.
Scores of session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Alessio, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Scorti-Bello, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of the hypothermia discussion. So you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding generally that diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
Why is everybody hating on Dr.
Diagnosed
Scorti-Bello, man? She's
Mr.
okay.
O'Keefe with hypothermia
I like
based
her.
upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, to just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And
no, bro,
in
you
your
know that.
autopsy,
Nobody knows that.
You
Yeah, we do.
observed
But still.
for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Alessio.
Histopatholgy. So that histopath information informed your hypothermia analysis, is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So do I have it correct? And let's start with the pancreas. That you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
And I specifically, if it helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at
Page 4.
the report of autopsy. It's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder, and pancreas is 1. And then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And then, and the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right. Are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion and patchy parenchymal, that's parenchymal hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so now I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
Pretty much.
Determination
I think you're right,
of
Menotti told me.
hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances I was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Nice. Former Trooper
And
Proctor.
one aspect of that information
Well done,
is
sir.
that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry, I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize?
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. I
Thanks.
think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep,
Thank
just
you.
show Mr. Brennan.
Yeah. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when just that section to hear. And once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes. The initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital. And it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustained.
That's right.
Jurors, disregard that. Move on with this, Mr. Leslie. With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes. In terms of the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before, based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview? Yes.
I'm going to allow that.
initially, no.
Let's go to significance, if any, of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony?
I'll see you at 10.
What in the tarnation? At a party inside the house. At a party inside the house. At a party.
Into the glare of
Is that on my workout playlist? No. Dude, you guys don't even know what the fuck. Like, you wouldn't even believe the shit that I listen to when I work out, man. Like I might listen to like something heavy, you know what I mean? Like I might just be in the mood for that, but it has nothing to do with like what motivates me or anything like that. I work out to relax. So most of the time, what I'm listening to is like really chill shit. Like for real, dude. Like I'll listen to all kinds of like weird shit, like French shit, because it's just really, really relaxing and calming. Like I exercise to just calibrate myself. So like, yeah, it's usually like pretty like chill, relaxing, like old, like fucking like what is that one like what is one of the latest ones I've been listening to a lot when I work out? Fucking Michael McDonald and Patti LaBelle. Yeah, like I'm straight up like I'm working harder than just about anybody in that gym, and I'm like rocking out to like the most like elevator shit. It's great. I love that shit. So many promises, never to be broken. Brother, brother, baby. Yes, I am loving this. I love that shit, dude. For real. It wasn't how it was supposed to be. Dude, I rock out to that shit. So much, like you wouldn't even believe the shit I listen to, dude. I like the classics, man. I like what's this dude's name? Like why can't I think of their names now? The dude like fuck. Yeah, dude. The like that song from Midnight Cowboy, that's a good one. That really puts me in the zone. It really does. That shit is so fun. No, it's Raining Men. No, I hate that song. I've always hated that song.
Yeah, Your Honor. Yeah, thank you. At the grand jury, did you testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. You recall that?
Yes.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation?
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is an automated CPR machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
I believe so, yeah.
So,
yeah, somebody already said
when
that,
a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
Where?
In the stomach, in the pancreas, would you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach. Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae.
Talking about the inner lining of the
inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, rugae, correct?
Yeah, I'm all about yacht
So
rock,
I'm just
bro.
talking about
Love
the
that
stomach
shit.
in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach, in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes I listen to like Pantera and fucking old Metallica and shit, sure, you know, but I'm telling you, man, nothing motivates me more than relaxing music, like just chill. And like the stuff I play at the beginning of
So you
the
said
stream,
that you're
like
aware that Mr. O'Keefe
synth
was
pop,
hooked up
like
to a Lucas machine,
that kind of
correct?
shit.
Yes.
I love that shit.
And are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I am not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine and assume 100 compressions per minute. That would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Possible.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report, the effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I do consider changes
Wow.
due to
Lefty.
cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to
Yeah, we know. We
CPR.
heard you say that. But did you attribute the Lucas machine?
Usually we will see
to your
some
report?
amount of hemorrhage in the soft tissues. But in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, my opinion was that those
Yeah, I like that
hemorrhages,
song
along with the
too.
gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with
shit.
hypothermia.
My question was,
You didn't
Does
have to
your
cut
report
me up.
state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No.
And you agree that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging to the pancreas,
It can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues,
but including the pancreas.
including the pancreas.
Dude, I showed Alan Jackson my playlist once. Like, he was like, what?
If you see hemorrhaging of the
He was like,
pancreas,
Linda Ronstadt? Get the fuck out
and
of
you
here.
believe that hemorrhaging
It's so funny.
is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us the spelling of that?
Would you like to give it?
If you'd like me to, I prepared
Go
to
ahead.
give it. Thank you. Wishnewski. So, can you just tell the jurors what Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, amongst other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
Is it that you're not recalling what the percentage is for the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
Do you recall?
Hold on.
Okay.
Move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it. Yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you. There were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the word Wisniewski appears?
I did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Wisniewski.
Right.
I want to go to
you
medical
didn't
school just so I
use
can
the
say
term
Wisniewski a lot.
And you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
Wisniewski.
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under
Wisniewski.
the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I want to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski ulcers are the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so I wanted to clarify that. So
Mike
now
B
I
from the
want
413.
stomach.
Who
Do you
knew?
believe
My man
all
knows about
hemorrhages
Lucas machines.
in the stomach
Boom.
are Wisniewski ulcers?
Not all of them.
Therefore, there can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage. The actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the gastric mucosa, and then start with that, Your Honor, publish that.
All right. So this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but at sidebar, right?
What I'd like to do is I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric mucosa.
Okay.
Start with that.
What number?
Your Honor,
Okay, so that was the one I was referring to that we did at sidebar, not in open court. Okay.
Yes.
It's NN Friday.
And I'd like to move NN into evidence at this time.
All right. All I'll say about this, jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
164.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Scribello, I'm handing you Exhibit 164 in evidence, and I'm going to also, with the court's permission, have it published on the screen. So whatever one is best for you to look at the screen, please feel free to look at either one. Mr. Wolk, if you could publish 164. Dr. Scorti-Bello, do you recognize 164 as well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red surface, is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rouille before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right, so those are what you just showed. There's darker areas, there's just a few of them. That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor,
yes,
for the chalk.
Exhibit MM.
MM. With your Honor's permission, may I show Dr. Scorti-Bello the chalk that's marked for identification? Is that?
Yes, and let's see what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, could you please take what's identified as Exhibit M and see
He's making
if
this
you
as
can
exciting as it
identify
possibly can
what
be. The
that
subject matter possibly
Yes,
can
this
be.
is a picture of a stomach. Again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
Your Honor, can we take a break?
Yes.
Yours.
Yes.
Right, the jury.
FBI, open up!
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on, man. Like, this Scorty Bello testimony is important, man, because like this is this is where they really want to create reasonable doubt. This is a great opportunity for the defense to create reasonable doubt in the jury's minds, or at least contribute to the overall reasonable doubt. So
hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know
shut
that you're true
up,
crime
dude.
fans, but are you also in a
So oh, a juror got sick, man. That's a lot of sick talk and pictures of John, and yeah, people's minds can fuck with them, dude. It can happen. Hopefully they're okay. But this is a great opportunity for the defense to really make a dent in their whole reasonable doubt, because there's a lot of holes in, like, unless he's doing a great job of showing the holes in her examination. I mean, the fact that she didn't consider a Lucas machine being used in her examination already puts doubt on her examination, if that makes sense. So pointing little things like this out make her examination not very credible, with the cherry on top being that the cause of death being undetermined. So, yeah, she said that the head trauma could have been from him hitting his head on the ground. Sure, anybody could tell you that. You don't need a medical examiner to tell you that, but you do in a court of law, right? But the whole thing is like, all right, well, the key word there is could. It could be that he hit his head, but that doesn't prove that he did. So it's on the prosecution to have the medical examiner come up there, testify, and say, yes, I believe to a medical certainty that came from someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head on the ground. I mean, that's what would have to happen for this to be, for this to work for the prosecution's favor, as far as what the jury sees and interprets. So, I mean, so Alessi is basically just being very thorough in making sure that this is how the jury interprets it, that the jury interprets this medical examiner's determinations as, I don't know. And if that's what you got to do, then that's reasonable doubt. Like, I mean, we're counting on this person's examination to give us answers as to what happened to Boston police officer John O'Keefe, but we're not getting them, and that's exactly what the defense wants. Ultimately, that's what they want. I mean, it'd be nice if they could say, okay, well, actually, the wound onto the blunt force trauma onto the back of his head was most likely, and I feel this way to a medical certainty, from a beating. And I believe John O'Keefe suffered a beating that night. That would be nice, but that's not going to happen. So the best thing that the defense can do right now is just make her whole testimony leave the jury with, okay, so what happened to him then? That's the best thing the defense can do. And that's all Alessi is doing right now, is just making sure that happens. And he's just being thorough in the process. Oh, right on, man. Go back and tell Melanie we say what's up. Archie by the lake. Man, I hope everybody's okay.
Spotlight hits the court. Into the glare of the color of that showcase. Into the glare of the color of that showcase. Into the glare of the color of that showcase. Into the glare of the color of that showcase. Into the glare of into the glare of into the glare of into the glare of the color of that showcase.
Oh my god. Silly shit, dude. These are long days, bro. Give me a fucking break. Oh, wait. Hot mic. Hold on. into the glamour. I mean, all we have to do is just go to Twitter, find out what fucking. Is there any credible fucking journalists in the courtroom today? Dude, the shit I'm seeing on X right now is just really funny. Joe flip ahead. Joe flip ahead. Hey, coffin not for FBI. For the past 2 years, you've been ranting about embedded pieces of taillight on John O'Keefe's shirt. The person who collected the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing just testified. Not once did she testify that anything was embedded. Brennan didn't even ask. Will you admit you were wrong, or will you continue to push a complete lie to your audience? And here she is. Here are all her posts that say she hit him. Arca did not consider the DNA or taillight fragments embedded in John's shirt. And another one, just look at the criminals you referenced. To be clear, they do not consider inculpatory evidence in their evaluation. They made their findings null. How do they explain microscopic pieces of her taillight embedded in John's clothing? They don't, because they didn't consider it. They didn't consider the microscopic pieces of Reed's Lexus taillight when were embedded in John's shirt, or consider any of the inculpatory evidence. Embedded microscope pieces into his shirt. Microscope fragments of Reed's taillight were embedded in John's shirt. Microscope pieces of taillight embedded in John's shirt. Pieces of Reed's taillight are embedded in John's shirt. On and on and on, bro. And so, but the comments, though. Hold on. Y'all got to see this shit. Show flip ahead. Like, these are all those fucking comments right there, dude. All of those right there that I just read off. Right? And look at the follow-up, bro. Look at this one put, hey, where you going? I asked you a question. I will always find I will always find that image fucking hilarious, dude. I'm gonna get that tattooed on me, dude. I'm gonna get that shit on the other side of my neck. They're gonna get a big old fucking Twattendoffer silhouette, bro. Like right here on the other side, bro. That shit will never get old to me, bro. Never. That'll never get old to me. Let me see what the comments are in this shit, bro. I love the comments. The passion of the grift, bro. And then he's got the signaled virtue. Ignore the evidence. Gaslight the internet. Make the money. So much fun, bro. She fails at everything she's ever done. Countless posts pushing that claim. Is she working against some type of quota? Yeah, I kept hearing about the fucking pieces of taillight embedded into his shirt. Nothing was embedded into anything, dude. Thank you for the tweet. That's what you call receipts. Don't bother arguing with the retarded. Of course she won't. The only thing she hates more than Karen is being wrong. But she's always wrong, though. That's the thing with Jennifer Coffindoffer. How can a former FBI agent with FBI training always be fucking so goddamn wrong all the time? How? How the fuck? How the fuck could somebody who claims to be former FBI be wrong so fucking always? I don't understand that shit. But yet they say Freaker Reed is making things up. Just like they said that his DNA was found on the taillight housing, and it wasn't, because it wasn't. Of course she won't. The only thing she's more than being wrong. Her silence to this speaks volumes. She'll never admit to lying, blocking in 10, 9, 8, right? Just like the FBI to lie. Truth does not matter. Jennifer is full of shit. She won't admit anything. Uh-oh. Wow. Hey, where are you going? He asked you a question. It's always gonna be funny to me. I love that the owner of the house put that out there. That's my favorite shit in the world. Is that the current owners of 34 Fairview are like, dude, who the fuck is this asshole? Why is Jennifer Coffindoffer, this dumb fucking lady, showing up to my fucking house, fucking creeping around?
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you can continue where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I reapproach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Scorty Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification as MM, and you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document? Since it sort of start over to reorient. You recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
And what is it?
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as multiple ulcers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
I object to Anthony as a chalk.
I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a public, a chalk
Yes, you
publication.
can.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter, and we'll use the.
Oh, so it's not in evidence.
It is not.
It's marked for identification.
Yes, marked for identification, and we are with it. Mr. Wolf? Dr. Scorty Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the mucosa, the folds of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration. That's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
If we could, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk, put side by side this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
All right. The objection sustained.
Could, could we, with your honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes.
gastric mucosa?
Yes.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scordi-Bello, that there are much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that for hypothermia and the presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
Wisniewski.
I think there's different levels and different grades.
Wisniewski. Sounds like something
In
Pauly Shore would say.
hypothermia,
That is
particularly
so Wisniewski.
death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again. So what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10 and 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia. Let's go to frostbite. Do you note any evidence of frostbite on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early mornings? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York. My apologies. Do you know the weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
They called it a nor'easter, right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusty winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusty winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down, temperature in a wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill. Doesn't wind chill also cause greater effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on you.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So, you saw no signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I only examined him at the time of autopsy.
So at the only time you examined him, which is at the time of autopsy, you had 0 signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Sperdy-Bell, now that you have gone through this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to move to another topic area, please. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, there were no injuries consistent with a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate it all in your autopsy whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And could you elaborate to the jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site? Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What do you mean in your answer,
No
evidence of impact injuries?
I'll allow that.
What I look for
Yeah, that's pretty
is
no evidence of
some
impact
sort of,
injuries.
bruise either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs.
That right
I
there,
did not
with
observe
medical
those
testimony,
things.
That
is
was
it.
going to be my question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of that area of the decedent. You talked about ecchymosis, you recall that?
Yes.
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct? Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
No.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
There was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct.
Did your report at all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Fucking hilarious.
Other than just
You've been
noting that there
hallucinating.
was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with the blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain from that impacted back of the head a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
Fuck yeah, pal.
So if we could, Mr. Wolk, and with your honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid. And Dr. Scorti-Bello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question.
Bro, I'm thinking about just doing a mustache like this that comes down here.
Can you state your answer again? Let me
Start calling everybody pal.
That injury to the right
yeah,
eyelid,
dude.
that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor.
FBI, open up!
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, I will
Chief,
assume
yeah,
that
dude.
picture was in evidence, and I would like now properly.
Have a
say
seat,
foundation.
Chief.
Dr. Scorti-Bello.
Oh, that's it. I'm going to start telling people to have a
You see
seat.
what's in front of you. Can we mark this?
So, Mr. Brennan,
Grow that
are you objecting
mustache
to
and
that
start telling
comment?
people to have a
Okay, so
seat.
let's just
Call
put it
him
in there.
Chief.
165.
Thank you.
Have a seat, Chief.
There you are.
Yes.
Easy, Tiger.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, I placed before you what is in evidence now is 165. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolk publish
Yes.
165? Thank you, Mr. Wolk. So, Dr. Scorti-Bello, that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a
Easy, Tiger.
fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt impact.
Blunt impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
Could be consistent.
Could be consistent with a punch.
Could
Boom.
Mr. Woke have the laceration to the nose? I'm sorry, hold off on a moment.
Could it be
Your Honor,
consistent
Mr. Brennan has
with a
agreed to
punch?
speak at this point.
Okay, so like we can mark it.
Yes, it could be.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, I have put before you what is in evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Woke publish.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
What about a blue waffle?
You can take that down, Mr. Woke.
What, if any, blue waffles have you come across during your time as a pathologist, medical examiner?
On your
I was
direct
told not
testimony, you
to
talked
Google a
about
blue waffle.
injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With Your Honor's permission, I would like to Mr. Brennan.
Dude, I'm doing it. I don't think so, Chief. When a mustache calls out to you, you answer the call. Okay? You got that, Chief?
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate into evidence these two photographs. May I please have them marked as next to evidence?
Have a seat, Chief.
Exhibits 167 and 168.
Thank you.
Don't forget to eat your
I'm
vitamins,
going to
pal.
do the same thing if I may, Dr. Scorti-Bello. I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also going to leave the court's permission, have them published.
Okay.
Whatever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you.
Getting too old for this shit, Chief.
With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you
Mustache kind of morning, Chris.
noted these injuries to these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes.
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
Correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite? Objection.
Based on our answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Ask another question, sustain.
Can you identify any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Objection.
So can you answer that, doctor?
I cannot.
You can take that down, Mr. Roll. Thank you. Do you recall discussing at all on your direct examination? Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So, were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr.
Looks like you should have watched your six, eh, pal?
Didn't make its way to you?
No.
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you had doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustain. Sustain.
You were not able to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of death, as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition
Have a
to
seat, Chief.
the medical analysis.
That's the lasagna.
Okay.
I'm sustaining it, asked and answered.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leslie, Mr. Brennan.
Doctor, how many autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If a person comes directly from their residence, they may or may
All right,
not
let's
be
cut the
clothed.
song and dance,
If
hey,
the
pal?
person comes from
What'd you do with
a
the stiff,
hospital
Chief?
where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases, that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to the point.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on. Or ask it.
You were asked questions about your opinions relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe. And you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago.
Okay.
But I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question?
Yes.
And he read part to you, right? I understand your question. And my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alisi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are
Hey,
signs of
let's shake a
hypothermia
leg. How about
and
it,
not
Chief?
caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can show her the statement.
Okay. I can approach.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask you to take a look at part of your grand jury testimony. Do you remember Attorney Alisi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike that.
Yo.
The witness look at it.
Unless he's like, yo, motherfucker. I don't fucking think
You
so,
asked about the
bro.
entire answer or just part of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You can read the rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow,
So,
bro.
This is phrased as refreshing recollection, so follow it appropriately.
Brendan is just
Now
like
remember there was
desperate.
more to your answer.
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading
Objection,
it.
Your Honor.
Without reading it. Turn it over. Turn the paper over, please.
This is a pissing contest now.
Ask the appropriate questions to them.
Do you remember the part that was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your memory to
Piss
the
on my
rest of your
back and
statement
call it
to the
rain,
grand jury?
Chief.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, in the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were
Exactamundo,
shown a
pal.
photograph of two individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names.
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names.
It would be a log. Yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
No, I don't remember their names.
May I approach?
Show Mr. Lesson.
You know who logged in?
It's part of the end of the report. Take a look at your report. You have it.
Your Honor, if we need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a look.
I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Gonna have to see a man about a mule pretty soon, pal.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again,
Yeah,
a
that means
normal
how-
body temperature is.
How could you
98
have?
degrees.
So there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
You
Yeah.
shared with us that you generally
What's
understood it was a
hypothermia?
blizzard and cold outside. Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
The body temperature.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Still
No, it's within the scope. Let's see if she's got the basis.
The rate that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors.
Oh, there you go.
Depends on
That's reasonable doubt
conditions,
right there.
weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the
This is where I'd
environmental
focus my
temperature,
recross
the
on.
faster the drop will occur.
You asked if there's any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would
I
suggest
haven't
that
even
he was
taken a
put
razor to this
in
old
some type
mug
of
yet, Chief.
machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Sustained. Move on, Mr. Brennan.
You were shown a photograph, a chalk that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you have any information about what caused the condition that you saw on that chart?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
Watch that dick,
You were asked about your role as a medical examiner, and there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here.
Showing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a police report on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
And that police report, is that the police report that you considered?
Amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
11.
What's the date and time of that police report?
This was initiated on January 29th. It says at 1941.
I have this marked for identification, all right?
Okay.
And the witness another document?
Let us mark it.
Oh, sorry, let me have that back.
Yeah.
Q for identification.
Thank you. May I approach her on?
Yes.
Second document, was that another document in your file?
Yes.
And is that another report that you considered?
Yes.
How many lines is that report?
5.
I'd move to have this marked for identification, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit RR for identification.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the questions I asked you about logging in and refreshing your memory. I'm going to hand you a document. I'm not going to ask you to read it aloud. I'm just going to ask you to look at it. Does it refresh your memory on the people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You would ever, well, let me ask you. You submitted the death certificate on April 14th?
Correct.
I want to talk about some of the things that you may or may not have known about or considered at the time you wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate. Were you informed or were you aware that
You gonna wrap
before
this
you
up sometime
filed
today,
your
Slick?
death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant
I'm going to allow it.
Said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Were you aware of that?
I became aware of it at some point.
During your
love with the super sticker.
90-day
Appreciate
window?
that, sport.
I believe so.
Were you aware that there was another first responder by the name of McLaughlin who provided information that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant, to Miss McCabe that she said, may have I hit him? Did I hit him?
Objection, our may we approach, please?
Yeah, bro. What is this shit?
Okay.
I don't know what kind of shit you're trying to pull here, Junior, but I don't think it's gonna fly. I don't even have the mustache yet, bro. I don't even have the mustache yet. Just wait till it happens. Just wait till it happens. All right, sport. Just wait till it happens. Look at this asshole. Fucking Dougal. This guy sucks. This guy sucks too. Fucking Tara, bro. She's looking kind of cute, looking all fake bereaved and shit.
So, jurors, I want to let you know that, like other evidence that was let in previously, this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the statements. It's coming in so that as it goes to Dr. Scorti-Bello's knowledge and state of mind at the time of her report.
Free mustache ride, young lady.
At the time
you got that sport?
Of your death certificate that you filed, were you informed that a Jennifer McCabe had reported that the defendant said, did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't believe I knew about Miss McCabe.
Did you learn that Miss McCabe reported
Come take
later that the defendant, while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him? Did you know that?
Anytime you're ready,
yeah,
kitten.
I was aware of that information later on.
Were you
You're gonna have to wait in
aware
line there, Scooter.
of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
Yes.
Were you aware that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
About their
observations?
Yes.
Were you aware of an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
None of this
Were
shit
you
matters.
aware that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Were you aware of a report from first responder Anthony Flamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I don't recall that particular first responder, no.
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police that the defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead?
Oh my
Yeah, I
fucking
was
God,
given that
dude.
information.
And the questions of did I hit him? Were you aware of that?
So stupid.
Yes.
He's just trying to feed
Are
this
you
into the
aware
jury's ear. Trying to
of
beat this into the
information
jury's
that
ears. That's all.
Troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes.
I'm gonna
Were
need you to
aware of
pump the brakes
statements
there,
that you
hotshot.
made to the troopers?
Not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
I was not aware of that until much, much later.
Yeah, the
After
fact
you
that
filed
Bev's
the report?
allowing this is
Correct.
crazy.
Were you aware
This is crazy.
of location data
This is
that
totally
was obtained from John
irrelevant
O'Keefe's
to her
phone
testimony.
before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of healthcare data on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between?
Why don't you come on back down to earth, all right, Ace?
Okay.
No.
Were you aware of statements from the defendant to various media outlets
Dude,
before you filed your death
why are
certificate?
you why
No,
are
I
you
was
letting
not.
this happen, Bev?
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you
Jackson's
to
like,
change
let this
it?
happen.
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time? Ask
He's
you to
hanging
evaluate
himself.
it and then reconsider your finding?
No.
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs, either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that because I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
How about cases where you've had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Okay. How about a side swipe injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a side swipe impact?
Could be.
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration.
Yes.
And you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
Correct.
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection.
That is, Your Honor. There's not a question.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry, what was it?
Could it be consistent with first aid treatment?
Anything is possible.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
Did you know at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scorti-Bello, this Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you had, in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken, is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report, yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go right
Honor.
ahead. Yes.
Dr. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, may I stand by the witness here?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, I am providing you with a document. Up at the top it says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state what that medication is?
The fourth item is omeprazole.
Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes,
And that medication is,
it's an antacid.
right, and so omeprazole is the trade name of omeprazole Pepsid?
I believe so.
And Pepsid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers. And what medications can treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So, isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption?
It's possible.
As opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Attorney Brennan asked you questions moments ago, and actually several of them, of which included the words, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
I hope.
And
Alexi
isn't it
just shut the
correct
fucker down right now?
that you had that information before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So, even though you had all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
All right, doctor, you are all set.
Thank you, Your
very
Honor.
much. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Wow. Jesus, dude. Dude, Brennan just totally shit the bed, dude. Like, I've never seen anybody so desperate in my life. And all Alessi had to do is just keep objecting, which is great. Because, I mean, Bev just let it keep going for God knows what reason. But it got to a point where he stopped objecting. And I get the feeling that Jackson and Yannetti and him and Karen and Little, they just powwowed and were like, fuck it, dude. Like, the jury's fucking hearing this, dude. Like, let it go. Like, the jury sees what he's doing. Just let him go. He's losing his shit. He's asking the pathologist, the medical examiner, he's asking her questions that there's no way she'd fucking know. So why they're going to be asking themselves, why is he asking these questions? This is what we want. Yeah, like Alessi objected at all the right shit, and then eventually got to a point where he was just like, Bev's just letting this go? Okay, fuck it. Yeah, all right, we'll just let it go. Let the jury see this shit. The jury sees it. And he's doing it. The irony is that Brennan's doing it for the jury's benefit. He thinks that it's swaying the jury to his favor. Like what he's doing is he thinks that the jury's stupid and he's just beating an idea into their head through repetition, and that they're ignoring everything else, and they're ignoring the facts, and they have no ability to think critically about the facts and assess them. He's assuming this, and he's assuming that if he just subliminally beats these buzzwords into their heads, that they're just going to be like, okay.
So with that, I'm going to let you go a few minutes early, so please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or
the jury
read
doesn't
anything
want to be
about this
patronized.
case, please disregard
Guaranteed.
it, let us know, and be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
The rest of the jury.
He thinks the jury sees that he's trying to patronize them and trying to play them for fools.
You may be seated.
I just want to see what this is all about.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you. I'll hear you, Mr. Alessi.
Yesterday,
Thank you,
Your Honor, you
The
were caught
topic
on
I
a
would like
hot
to
mic.
raise with Your Honor is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welter, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes. That
Okay.
My understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until not established, they had stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they have associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137 or so, where the statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period. On May 8th, not too long ago, Your Honor, we received an amended report of Shannon Burgess that pushes that time period. I'm just going to get it. So, although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report,
Thank you,
Mr. Burgess
not Gage, yeah.
states that he is making an amendment.
And thank you
he
for
is now
gifting those
stating
memberships,
that
Sarah.
that
Fuck the
infotainment
H.
trigger of 1162.2 is further back in time, and it is past 12/31/43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor. It is 12/32/16. And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say, I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analysis. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 1162.2 of 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. As of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's obviously, as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to evaluate that information in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA, it's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect it's had, we still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. And I believe, Your Honor, based upon the information that I have, that this may have been a calculated matter by the Commonwealth, but even assuming it's not calculated, the effect is pronounced. So what I want to do, Your Honor, is to look at what the reason Mr. Burgess has given, which leads me to be very concerned about a calculation and a strategy calculation here. Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffen's analysis. And Mr. Whiffen's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago. And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago. So to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture. And we are in a very, very almost impossible, challenging situation. So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the situation here. Our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all. As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush. If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it. Woo! And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation, that Your Honor have the remedy be that the violation remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its the information of Aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
All right. Do you have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACCA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right. And Your Honor, I'm going to answer your question, but with just a quick point that this is really much different than ARCA, because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is a rebuttal to the prosecution's case. That is
Their
much
accusations,
different
right.
than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you have another option.
It's not what I am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion in a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that?
Oh, I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't, given what's been going on, I haven't even had a chance to talk to ARCA at
All right, so tomorrow morning, let me know that. All right,
In Your Honor, I will do that, of course.
What did
And I
Alexis
will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Whiffen, I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that's been in existence now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my answer to Your Honor's question.
all right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense, is entitled, continues to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue.
You can't just change your theory in the middle of the fucking trial, dude.
And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. If you recall, in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variants between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of
Oasis Cat made that video, man. She's a mod for
witnessing the potentially called.
Justice Serve
Mr.
TV.
DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report, he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the text stream data, the black box data from the car, has a event at 12:32:38, 12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements were 12:32:16, last user interaction 12:32:09, there is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the waves, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. Doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, just adds to the time. What he learned from his opinion is that Mr. DeSorga was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time
shut the
estimates
fuck
are wrong.
up with that.
So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds.
Bro, you're fucking
7
reaching,
minutes before the
dude.
collision,
You're fucking
Mr.
reaching,
O'Keefe's
dude.
phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning. That the collision occurred at the same moments when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction, and that reconciles with the data. It does not change the text stream data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does
Bev's
not
gonna let
change
it go.
Parker's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now. The defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify.
Okay, but what about the
that
shoe,
variance more
Spanky?
closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
Case in chief, on my case in chief, because we now have this available data. As I said, this wasn't ambushed, isn't something that we sat on. It was in response. Fortunately, we received their expert report, which caused us to focus more closely. And now that we've identified that variance, rather than having an open variance of 30 seconds, we should not be precluded from favorable information that has been provoked by a report by the defense.
Okay. Yes.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
Attorney Brennan has provided a lot of information, and he has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong and the significance respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly. He said he referenced Mr. DeSorbo, who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within this reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do. So, and it's Mr. DeSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. So that's an important point with regard to Mr. DeSogra. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different. I agree with Attorney Brennan on that. The shortcoming for Attorney Brennan's argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept has been in existence in this case for over 6 months.
Right.
I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report
Right.
of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So
Right.
that is
Whiffin tried to shut down the
almost
different
6
clocks
months
thing.
ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it. He already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not part of the first.
All right, I thought Burgess was, no?
No, neither.
Okay.
No one from Aperture was.
I
Your
knew
Honor.
Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded.
Neither Burgess nor Welcher
Because
were
you
part of the first
watched
trial.
too much
But they
fucking
were
Rocky One.
retained. Aperture was
You're thinking of Burgess
retained,
Meredith, Bev.
I believe, in October of 2024.
Okay.
And at best for the Commonwealth, Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. a more layperson's term is a variance of time. Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago, has a whole section on clock drift. That's not a new concept for him. He's just changing the drift.
Okay, so what I'd like to do, because I want to address the other issue, and I don't want to keep people here too long. Can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
In 60 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that means she wasn't even listening to the most important part.
The last point
she was thinking,
make,
she was
and I
looking
think
at the
I heard
clock.
Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard. So if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding, fetching reason to not allow it because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay, thank you. The other issue about
Hot mic.
calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on
Nobody's
the
going to address
disclosure of
that.
the
I love
ARPA
it.
materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found discovery violations. Your Honor has found that I want to phrase this properly, the efforts of the defense were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled government's objection and has stated that it's going to allow the defense to proffer two expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case. If you're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had adequate time.
Are they still trying to get ARCA
excluded?
You idiot!
Commonwealth has the burden of proof.
This has already been decided.
The
You
Commonwealth
fuck.
has an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence of the most critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Wexler. As you know, he was away. He did not get a report until maybe May 7th. He did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case for the jury. He is still in the process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple 4 opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then preparing testimony to address the claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARPA witnesses. That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARPA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks.
Oh,
We did not get
shut the
report until May
fuck
7th.
up, dude.
And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials, do his testing, provide opinions. None of that is going to happen anytime soon because he still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes. He is in a difficult schedule. He is away tomorrow, Saturday. We were going to try to begin to prep at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
So what we would like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARPA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now. So by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues, not the older issues or regurgitate his testimony, but to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders, and so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided, presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new, and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess's information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, his presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide background information.
Right. Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARPA and the information of ARPA, it's very important analytically to put them in their two proper buckets. The first bucket is the information and opinions of ARPA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on.
Okay, good, because my pithy conclusion is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that. So
we're focusing just on the quote new information bucket. Your Honor, it's very important to understand that what ARCA is doing is in response to the testing of Aperture. ARCA did not come up with new approaches. We, again, to state the obvious, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward. And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what Aperture has done. So I do not understand the length of time or the lift, if you will, that's being proffered for Aperture. Now with regard to the time period, Your Honor has already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new information from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, and Dr. What you said, when can you get me the information? And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline. They did it. We proceeded along with the trial with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided. I do not understand.
So I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time, but Your Honor didn't leave open that you were going to continue to address this matter as if the defense is making perpetual violations. There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the Commonwealth, positing that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan is seeking is improper. What it's seeking is the most extraordinary situation, which is have Aperture come before the jury, testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have Aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right. I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts it inverts the order of proof. It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double rebuttal, surrebuttal to the defense. I believe, Your Honor, the final point is if Your Honor is inclined to give Aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still open. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is
you're just gonna
that
get
we
Welcher
follow the proper order of proof. We determine when Aperture can conclude its review.
Welcher's
of
trying to
the
fucking
ARCA
kill
work,
time until
and
fucking
that
ARCA
there be
testifies.
a reflection that keeps the order, namely that the prosecution comes in with Aperture, Dr. Welcher, and Mr. Burgess, and then the defense, as part of its case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain witnesses here from our witnesses and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Lessie. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense, that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this, because obviously you have no burden. If ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
We haven't made a final decision, Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information now, so I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
All rise.
Yeah, man. Brennan's just trying to. God, Brennan's such a fucking
Goodbye.
snake, dude. Brennan's just a fucking snake, dude. All Brennan's trying to do right now is he knows that Welcher isn't even remotely as qualified to testify as the ARCA experts. He's not even remotely as credible of an expert as the ARCA experts. Not even close. So what Brennan's trying to do is he's trying to get a peek at he wants to get a peek at the questions to the test. You know what I mean? So he's just trying to kill time. He's trying to get as much what he's hoping to do is well, no, he can't do that. He can't do that because he can't call Welcher up to testify after they call the ARCA experts, because the defense isn't going to call their expert until the prosecution rests their case. So, I mean, yeah, like he's just trying to fucking milk the clock. Is what he's trying to do. Which is just bullshit, because the defense has a right to, well, Karen Reed has a right to a fair trial. She has a right to a solid defense. Swelcher. Yeah, he's just playing for time, right? Yeah. Brennan's just a snake, dude. I have no patience for that bullshit. Yeah, it's crazy. Sorry, I'm just looking at chat a little bit. Yep, that's gonna be it for me, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate you guys. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Make sure, guys, to hit the like if you haven't already. It really helps me out. Make sure to subscribe. If you're not subscribed already, make sure to hit the notification bell when you do, so you know when I'm going live. And thank you guys for all of the support. You're incredibly generous, and I'm really grateful to you. It really, really, really means the world to me. You guys are amazing. I love you guys very, very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.